We are 10 minutes away from morning warm-up for the LO206 senior class. Remember, registration will close today at 9 a.m. It is currently open over at the OGP lobby. We do have the qualifying orders posted at the back of the grid at where our official WKA posting board for the weekend is going to be. Again, LO206 senior will begin our day as it did yesterday. We'll roll through the exact same order. We would like our Mini Swift, Pro Swift Sportsman, Pro IAME Junior, and Pro IAME Senior classes to roll to the grid slightly earlier, if possible, each round. That way we can get these breaks a little bit longer, and then, of course, that would shorten our day by about 15 minutes or so by completely taking over the rock shifter slot. But again, that's not mandatory. We do have our official schedule, so if you had a problem, that's okay. But we'll continue to try and go ready racing for those classes later on in the day. So the earlier you guys can get to the grid to move up that rock shifter time and close that gap, the better. But as I mentioned, we are less than 10 minutes away from LO206 Senior hitting the racetrack and Allison Racing Engine's Yamaha Sportsman to the grid. The track is now hot for LO206 senior qualifying. 8 drivers make up the field here in Ocala. We've got 6 on the racetrack from what we can see right now. I don't know if we're missing any at all. But the pack of 5 leading the way looks to be James Vanderzee and Hunter Fox into the showcase, and they'll begin their first lap at full speed. Corey Tolles has been on top of the LO206 WKA Winter Cup season for quite a while now. He's running alone here at Ocala, not the only driver at the moment, not in the draft pack heading through the showcase. And Tolles initially setting the quick time by 7.5 tenths out of the pit lane. We'll see where he falls as everyone finally gets a full speed lap completed at Ocala Grand Prix. 7 minutes for qualifying and 2 are now complete. Corey Tolles a second faster than anyone else in that group at the moment. He is flying to start today. 6 drivers again on the racetrack. Ryan Rogers, the best of the rest at the moment. 9.5 tenths back from Corey Tolles here with 1 full speed lap complete. Rogers leads a 3-kart pack with 2 TB karts behind him, including Jorge Ruiz and Nick Hill. Ahead of the pack of 3, starting to get some separation is James Vanderzee and Hunter Fox. They'll head down the front stretch nose to tail, and now Hunter Fox will go quickest by 3 tenths over Corey Tolles. Tolles will get it down to just a tenth of a second gap with a 43.4, but that drafting lap that Hunter Fox just laid down has put him initially to the top of the boards with 2 laps complete. And again, 4 minutes remaining for LO206 senior qualifying. Allison Racing Engines Yamaha Sportsman have begun to fill up the grid. The Comet Kart Sales Yamaha Junior class trails at the back of the grid right now, and they have already begun to make their way up to the tire line as well. Approaching the halfway point here in qualifying, 3.5 minutes complete, 3.5 minutes to go. No major changes up front with the exception of Corey Tolles. He'll pick up another a half second that time by, and Corey Tolles now becomes once again your quickest driver in LO206 qualifying. Hunter Fox bumped down to second. James Vanderzee also closing that gap to the number 3 Margay driver. Hunter Fox now will look to the inside of James Vanderzee down to turn number 1, and he'll take the lead in the 2-kart tandem. They've got quite a bit of track in between themselves and the 3-kart pack of Jorge Ruiz, Nick Hill, and Ryan Rogers. Those 3 drivers run 4th, 5th, and 6th, both on lap times and on the racetrack as well. They've spaced out a little bit, whereas Vanderzee and Fox remain nose to tail. Corey Tolles starting to catch up and maybe get a little bit of draft off the back of Ryan Rogers. Not like he needs it. As the Comet Eagle driver rounds the tree turn, he is still your quickest by 4 tenths of a second over Margay Racing's Hunter Fox. 2 minutes remain this time by the stripe. That's about 3, maybe 4 laps left to go here in qualifying for LO206 Senior. As our day begins to roll on here for the WKA Winter Cup Round 3. Corey Tolles found about another 1/4 tenth that time by, and he'll lengthened his advantage over Hunter Fox on the score chart. And Corey Tolles in the number 4 Comet Eagle entry, still trailing the pack in front of him. In fact, it looks like Ryan Rogers has pulled off early, the number 12, with an early end to his session. We also might be missing one more driver, but I don't believe so. It looks like we still have Nick Hill on the racetrack, but it might be Jorge Ruiz who also pulled in. Hunter Fox again looking to the inside of James Vanderzee. This time it will pay off. A big-time slingshot for Hunter Fox. It brings him just to a 10th and a half off of Corey Tolles, who also goes quicker here on lap number 8. With 40 seconds remaining, Corey Tolles still sits on top. The only driver without any kind of draft, although he's got quite a bit of one this time. Nick Hill going to let him go by over in turn number 5. And rounding the showcase here with 15 seconds remaining, this will be the final lap for all of your drivers on the racetrack. Hunter Fox, James Vanderzee continuing to trade that spot, and that's going to hurt them both on this previous lap and the current one they're just about to begin working on. That will lock them in at best to second and third. Nick Hill continuing to put in the work here in the number 6 TB entry, although he's pulled in as well. Hill was able to move his way past Jorge Ruiz with a good lap on lap 8, following Corey Tolles to put a 0.3 of a second difference between the two TB kart drivers and close down to just 4.5 tenths off the pace of James Vanderzee. However, as the last two karts on the racetrack round the showcase, it will be in vain as your quickest driver and beginning what could be another championship level weekend here in LO206 Senior for the Winter Cup for the second year in a row. Corey Tolles will kick off championship weekend with a pole award here in Ocala, and it's a 1.5 tenth of a second advantage over Margay Racing's Hunter Fox and James Vanderzee, an equal 1/10 back as well. Next up, it's the Allison Racing Engines Yamaha Sportsman Division, Group number 2 on the afternoon, and then it'll be Comet Kart Sales Yamaha Junior before a short break where the Rock Shifter class would have fallen, and then our 4 IAME divisions beginning with the youngest drivers, the CRPRacing.com Mini Swift, IAME USA East Pro Swift Sportsman, Vulture Racing Engines Pro IAME Junior, and Kartsport North America Pro IAME Senior. But as I mentioned, the Comet Kart Sales Pole Award will go to the driver aboard the Comet Eagle, Corey Tolles. 8 drivers for Yamaha Sportsman, and they are gridded up, ready to go, and about to leave the grid here as the track begins to fill up with the high-pitched sound of those Yamaha KT100s. We're underway for group number 2, qualifying here in Ocala. So as we round the showcase here, one big train, Mateo Rubio Luengo and William Robusto lead the charge. Rubio Luengo leads them around here, and he sets the initial pace at a 41.696. Comet Kart Sales, Garrett Adams, Logan Adams, and Sam Hines all run 2nd through 4th. Robusto P5, Nathan Nicholson runs in 6th. Sebastian NG 7th, and Bryson Morris runs in 8th in the number 13 FA kart. Once again, 8 drivers here in the Allison Racing Engines Yamaha Sportsman class. Matteo Rubio-Luengo now with a little bit of a gap. Back to Comp Cart Southeast, William Robusto. Rubio-Luengo making the switch to the Bennett chassis here this weekend. And the number 6 bright blue and orange colors of Matteo Rubio-Luengo once again go purple. 41.363, a tenth and a quarter. Up on now Sam Hines, who has jumped up to second. William Robusto moved up to third, and he's bumped back Logan and Garrett Adams to fourth and fifth. Sebastian NG also lost the 6th spot to Nathan Nicholson and the 7th spot to Bryson Morris at the end of the second full-speed circuit. 4 minutes here remain as 2 now complete, nearly 3 in 7 minutes for qualifying of the Allison Racing Engines Yamaha Sportsman class. Sam Hines on the move. He's worked his way past William Robusto with a good lap and in the toe of Matteo Rubio-Luengo. He'll go purple now, and Sam Hines a 600th advantage over the Georgian Matteo Rubio-Luengo. The Indiana kid Sam Hines, P1 here for Yamaha Sportsman for the first time this weekend. Rubio-Luengo still holding on to second, although he didn't improve last time by. William Robusto did close the gap to Rubio-Luengo. A tenth and a half back remains between the two. Logan Adams also went a little bit quicker, but Garrett Adams still stuck at 4/10 back with his best time coming on lap 3. Once again, Rubio-Luengo leading Sam Hines around is unable to improve his time while Hines remains in the draft. He's able to hold on to the top spot. Robusto actually got a good toe that time, and he went about a half-tenth faster than his previous best lap, and so Will Robusto closes to just a tenth and a quarter off the Comet Kart sales driver. Will Robusto now went to the top of the boards last time by. He still sits right behind Sam Hines as they both close up in the draft on every straightaway to the rear bumper of Matteo Rubio-Luengo, who continues to lead the field around. Down to turn number 1. He'll actually defend a little bit to hold on to the top spot. Still in race mode, the number 6, and that unfortunately drops him down to the 4th spot because Logan Adams in the Comet Kart Sales number 2, trailing that pack of 3, just closed up so much that time in the draft. He went 8 thousandths quicker than Will Robusto, and Logan Adams now holds the potential Comet Racing Engines pole award. The 4 carts are nose to tail down to the showcase turn. Will Robusto sticks the nose to the inside of Sam Hines, and he'll move up to second on the pack. Logan Adams, another flyer that time by. He'll close it down and improve the lap once again, about a half-tenth faster, and that pulls him to 600ths up on Comp Kart's Will Robusto. The FA cart of Sam Hines runs third, Matteo Rubio-Luengo fourth, and a tenth of a second advantage to Garrett Adams, who's been running his best laps all alone. Bryson Morris runs in the 6th spot. He's gone by Nathan Nicholson. Nicholson 7th. Sebastian NG runs in 8th right now in the Nitro kart as your leaders head by the start-finish line. A big head of steam for Will Robusto and Sam Hines, and it looks like they nearly freight train past Matteo Rubio-Luengo. The checkered flag going to fly this time as the field of 4 and then a pack of 3 farther back head through the back section into the tree turn here for the final time in qualifying. We'll see if anyone has anything to knock off Greenfield, Indiana's Logan Adams, as he still holds the top spot and enough right now with a cushion that he should not get past. Down the front stretch, Robusto definitely gave it a good shot. It will not be enough. And while he did improve Mateo Rubio Luengo's lap time, Rubio Luengo still 6,000ths back from Sam Hines. And so he will finish fourth here for qualifying, third to Hines, second to Robusto, and the Comet Kart Sales Pole Award will go to one of the Comet Racing Team drivers, Logan Adams, your pole sitter here for the Allison Racing Engines Yamaha Sportsman class, heat number 1. Garrett Adams again rounds out the top 5 with Bryson Morris, Nathan Nicholson, and Sebastian NG making up the starting order for the second half of your field. Comet Kart Sales Yamaha Jr. now fills the grid, and then we'll have a short break before beginning back with the CRPRacing.com Mini Swift class. Four karts here for Comet Kart Sales Yamaha Jr., including the likes of Matthew Mockabee, Jack Dorsey, Bryce Aaron, and Blake Korth. Mockabee was one of your front runners at the end of the WKA Manufacturers Cup Series 2016 season. But here, kicking off qualifying, Bryce Aaron currently holds the quickest time by 0.08 of a second. As we complete the second full-speed lap, Mockabee will now be beaten by Jack Dorsey, who jumps up to the top. Jack Dorsey in the Kartcraft LLC number 082 Tony Kart entry runs a quarter tenth quicker than Mockabee, who leads the pack at the moment. Not too much of one anyway, although as Aaron and Dorsey run nose to tail, they're still out of drafting distance of Matthew Mockabee. That rabbit to chase might still be enough value to continue to push them further ahead of the number 6 on the score charts. As Aaron runs third, he's got about a 2/10 advantage over the number 13 FA kart of Blake Korth, who runs a little ways behind the two Kartcraft drivers. Now working together flawlessly, Jack Dorsey and Bryce Aaron both pull an extra 1/10 of a second back on Mockabee. Dorsey a 1/10 of a second advantage. Aaron still a 1/10 and a quarter back from Aaron over to Mockabee. Jack Dorsey currently holds your Comet Kart Sales Fast Time Award. Again, a short break after this session during the Rock Shifter block before we'll move into the CRPRacing.com Mini Swift class. And the IAME USA East Pro Swift Sportsman Division will follow. And then, of course, our Wilshire Racing Engines Pro IAME Junior and Kart Sport North America Pro IAME Senior classes. There will be a short break due to the Rock Shifter class being eliminated from the heats and finals, but we will simply hold their gap during the midway portion of qualifying. So we'll run straight on time and go directly into heat number 1 after the Kart Sport North America Pro IAME Seniors complete their qualifying session. Matthew Mockabee did pick up the pace a little bit. He moved just to a 10th.5 back of the leader's pace, Jack Dorsey, on lap number 5, but no improvement here on lap 6, so he still sits in the 3rd spot. Blake Korth hit his fast lap back on lap number 3 and has not been able to improve on it since. Mockabee dropping behind Bryce Aaron and Jack Dorsey, trying to get a little bit of draft. We'll look to maybe put 1 or 2 quick laps together at the end of qualifying because we are running low on time. A minute and a half remains here for the Comet Kart Sales Yamaha Junior class. Jack Dorsey leads a 3-kart pack into the showcase. Mockabee is all over the rear bumper of Bryce Aaron heading into the final turn. We'll see if that draft early on in the lap will pay off, being stuck behind the Cosmic as they come down the front stretch. He'll look to the inside down to turn 1, and it did give him enough to at least pass Aaron on the lap times, and he's went a 3 thousandths faster than Bryce Aaron. So Matthew Mockabee move him up to 2nd. He's already closing up the gap on the racetrack visibly to Jack Dorsey. Even though he did have to make a pass in turn number 1, the draft may still be enough to possibly move him to the pole. Dorsey still leads him through the tree turn, and a kart length remains between them for Mockabee to close up in the draft. Blake Korth still yet to improve off the 3rd quickest time. He remains to continue to push on the racetrack. He has not pulled in early. But down the front straightaway this time, Matthew Mockabee will get the draft he needs. And the number 6 Tony Kart lays down a 39.989, the only driver in the sub-40-second bracket. And Mockabee, with a 10th of a second advantage over Jack Dorsey, takes it here as the checkered flag will fly this time by for your field. And I don't believe anyone will be able to beat that lap. Bryce Aaron might be the only driver with a chance. He's got a good run here coming out of the tree turn, and if he does put that good lap in, it will be one final showstopper move for the number 233 down the front stretch for the final time. It will not be enough here. Bryce Aaron actually went just about a tick slower than his best circuit, and so he will remain in the 3rd spot for heat number 1. Matthew Mockabee, your Comet Kart Sales Pole Award winner in the Comet Kart Sales Yamaha Junior class. Jack Dorsey, again, will join him on the front row with Bryce Aaron and Blake Korth making up the final row on the grid. A short break is in the mix now here, about 10 minutes, and then we'll come back live on YouTube as well as through our PA in the paddock on 97.7 FM to get the live track announcements and commentary all weekend. And as I mentioned here, while we stay live, we will keep the stream going, but it will be a 10-minute break or so before we return with CRPRacing.com Mini Swift qualifying. The youngest drivers on the WKA Winter Cup Tour will take to the racetrack for qualifying. Qualifying underway for the CRPRacing.com Mini Swift class. Mateo Rubio Luengo was the quickest throughout all of practice and morning warm-up. He is your first driver on the racetrack and is currently leading Christian Miles around, as those two have quite a gap back to the third driver that left the grid, which was Sam Corey along with Caleb Gaffera. They are actually a little bit farther down the order. Corey runs in 5th, Gaffera in 10th at the end of the first full-speed circuit. Right now, the driver in 3rd is the Nitro Kart entry of Sebastian NG, and behind him, Danny Dzelski, the number 8 Benek driver, has been struggling here at the beginning of 2017, but he's now starting to find his stride here in qualifying in Ocala. His 3rd trip to this track in 4 weeks, and it's starting to pay off just a little bit. Dzelski did get bumped down to 6th that time by, as a couple drivers moved forward. Ben Mayer moved up along with Sam Corey, and Christian Miles, following in the tow of Mateo Rubio Luengo, went a 1/10 of a second faster, and he is now your provisional pole sitter. He's now gone ahead of the Benek driver, Rubio Luengo, running behind him. Christian Miles, your quickest so far by 1/10. We'll see if that changes this time by the stripe, and it will not, as the exchange happened that lap, so Rubio Luengo will have to wait for another opportunity. One driver off the racetrack at the exit of the tree turnover by turn number 8, that little bend that looks to be Lucas Zabo in the number 91 Benek kart, the OVRP local driver coming here down to Ocala for the WKA Winter Cup, and unfortunately Zabo will not be able to turn any fast laps here in qualifying. His outlap will be the only one that counts. That will start him shotgun on the field, P15 of the CRPRacing.com Mini Swift class. Christian Miles still holding the top spot for the moment over Mateo Rubio Luengo. Rubio Luengo very strong out of turn number 5. And a good run out of the tree turn will bring the Benek driver up to the bumper of the Kart Sport North America OK1 Cadet pilot. Down the front stretch, Miles has Rubio Luengo on his bumper. It will pay off for Mateo Rubio Luengo. A 400th advantage for the Benek entry, and he'll go back to the top of the boards. Christian Miles down to 2nd as Adam Brickley's climbed up. He's now gone to 3rd. Sofia Dorego, P4. Sebastian NG, P5. Sam Corey, 6th. Danny Dzelski, 7th. Ben Mayer in 8th. Caleb Gaffera down in 9th. Bryce Sanders currently rounds out the top 10. A minute and a half remaining in qualifying here for the CRPRacing.com Mini Swift class. And Mateo Rubio Luengo still leads the way, but he just got actually shuffled back 1/1000th of a second. The difference here for Rubio Luengo and Christian Miles, and Christian Miles goes back to the top. The kid from the Midwest in his first full national campaign is now actually slowing here as they head over to the tree turn. He'll throw his hand in the air to try and follow Rubio Luengo, who blasts on by, nearly breaking the draft here as Miles maybe actually pulling into the pit lane after that one. So Christian Miles will pull in. Rubio Luengo maybe would have thought the same I thought he was doing as well, which was to drop behind the number 6 to get a tow off of him, but instead Christian Miles is pulling in early that time. It did trip Rubio Luengo up. That sacrificed that lap for the Benek driver. He'll only get one more circuit around. It'll be the one he's currently on, and without any draft at that. 3rd place is still the energy of Adam Brickley, the number 211. Very strong here in qualifying, possibly one of his better runs in the WK Winter Cup Series. Adam Brickley entering his 2nd full season here in the Mini Swift division. He began it with the Manufacturers Cup Series back last year, now here for 2017, competing in the Winter Cup as well as the Manufacturers Cup, I believe. And when we'll head to Pittsburgh, we should see the number 211 there. He sits third. Christian Miles' best time will hold that time by. Mateo Rubio Luengo went nearly half a second slower as again he was just tripped up coming across the line. The Benek driver has his last shot right now because we've just hit the 7-minute mark. The checkered flag going to come this time by. Rubio Luengo will round the tree turn, and this will be the last opportunity to try and knock off Christian Miles, who needs a solid weekend here to take over the points lead and potentially claim the Winter Cup title. Checkered flag in the air. It will not be enough. Christian Miles will hold the top spot in qualifying, and Mateo Rubio Luengo will get shut out after being one of the fastest drivers in both Yamaha Sportsman and Mini Swift. Bryce Sanders with a mechanical problem here coming out of the showcase. The Nitro Kart driver comes to a slow halt, exiting the final turn onto the front stretch. Not sure what the issue may have been for the number 15 of Bryce Sanders. On the previous lap, he had actually jumped all the way up to the 5th spot, which was a great run here for the 7-year-old. But unfortunately, the Atlanta Karting Nitro Kart entry will halt at 5th and not be able to complete that last lap as he comes into the grass here and will be carted off the racetrack along with Lucas Zabo, who I mentioned had a mechanical problem exiting the tree turn on his first full-speed circuit. Sam Corey in the number 14 on the Benek chassis had a strong run in qualifying. Once again, one of the better runs he's had here this season. And so the number 14 will join Adam Brickley's energy on row number 2. Row 3, again, Bryce Sanders on his 9th lap around was able to jump into the top 5. He'll be joined by Nitro Kart Sofia Derego, who had a phenomenal, really a breakout weekend back in Jacksonville. And she will start again alongside Sanders, running in the 6th spot. Next up, it's the IAME USA East Pro Swift Sportsman Division to compete for the Comet Kart Sales Pole Award. 30 more classes here for qualifying, and then we will go directly into heat number 1. IAME USA East Pro Swift Sportsmen have hit the racetrack, and we are underway with their qualifying session. Your provisional common kart sales pole award is in the hands of Nitro Kart's Brent Cruz at the moment, a half-tenth advantage over Comet Racing Engines driver Sam Hines. Isaac Beekman in the number 306 comp kart runs in third. Nikita Johnson in the AKT Racing Team Nitro Kart fourth. And Ashton Chilton's Nitro Kart 81 entry rounds out the current top five, but that's all about to change as they cross the line. William Robusto leads the way, and as everyone shuffles at the end of the second lap, Ashton Chilton will now go to the top. Sam Hines holds on to second, a tenth and a half back from the Nitro Kart driver. Logan Adams moves up to third. Will Robusto is leading the pack around of about maybe 10, 12. That's the majority of your field, actually, as they head through the hairpins. It's Robusto leading it along with Lucas Rodriguez behind him. Robusto sits fourth. Brent Cruz also improved, but he was bumped down to fifth. Rodriguez sixth. Granger Para runs seventh. Isaac Beekman eighth. Nikita Johnson ninth. Garrett Adams in 10th. Down the front stretch, Brent Cruz looking to go by Lucas Rodriguez to turn number one. And the quickest driver this time will be Logan Adams in the number 2. Looking to sweep the Sportsman Pole Awards. Logan Adams a tenth and a half over Anderson Leonard in the number 181. Leonard over Ashton Chilton, his Nitro Kart teammate. They run second and third. Jeremy Fletcher in the Ocala Grand Prix Tony Kart entry. He runs fourth. Sam Hines fifth. Brent Cruz, again the driver who went the quickest back on lap 2, has been shuffled down to 8th. We'll see where the number 611 comes out this time as he's worked his way to the front of the group. That cost him some laps as that one was not any quicker. Jeremy Fletcher did improve his lap time, and he is able to split up Anderson Leonard and Ashton Chilton, move Jeremy Fletcher to P3. He's also competed here in Ocala, just like Danny Dzelski in the Mini Swift division. Fletcher's been here 3 of the past 4 weekends, competing on the top level, and the Ocala Grand Prix driver still has about 2.5 tenths to make up in order to catch Logan Adams on the lap chart. Adams coming down here from Indiana, along with his brother Garrett, who sits in 7th. Logan Adams still has potentially maybe another year of Sportsman left in him, but he's already on top. The number 2 FA kart still with no challenge from anyone else, as no one improved on lap number 6 inside your top 10. Anderson Leonard in the number 181 Nitro Kart has been strong here in WKA Manufacturers Cup and WKA Winter Cup competition. He's also competed quite a bit in some of the rock power plants as well. And Leonard, still sitting second, just needs a little bit more draft, a little more pace there to find to be able to catch Logan Adams. Adams with a comfortable advantage on the field. No more improvements here on lap 7. Everyone's still sitting exactly where they currently have since at least lap 5. Ashton Chilton and Jeremy Fletcher again 4th and 3rd. Sam Hines 5th. Isaac Beekman 6th. Garrett Adams 7th. Brent Cruz in 8th. Nikita Johnson 9th. And Daniel Krajewski rounds out the top 10, and a half second separates your Fast 10 drivers in the IAME USA East Pro Swift Sportsman class. Only 3.5 tenths from second back to 10th, as again Logan Adams with a 10th and a half advantage over your field. The pack has shuffled while we've kept our eye on the lap times, as Garrett Adams, and William Robusto have pulled away, although they're still battling for the lead of that 2-kart tandem. Robusto, using the slingshot down the front stretch, did improve a little bit. He moved past his comp kart teammate of Isaac Beekman, and Robusto now just sits a little under 4 tenths off of Adams in 6th. Garrett Adams running 8th right now, not where he'd like to be in qualifying. His younger brother Logan still holds the top spot. He runs behind Jeremy Fletcher at the end of that 9-kart, maybe 10-kart group. And then there's a little gap before 3 more karts run behind them, including Granger Para, Nikita Johnson, and I believe another one of the AKT Racing Team entries that looks to be Daniel Krajewski. Ashton Chilton and Brent Cruz went side by side a little farther back in the field. And now Cruz will push Chilton, as it looks like Sam Hines and Lucas Rodriguez have hooked up as well. So drivers finding some dancing partners out of the pack, as we still have yet to see anyone make any big moves here inside the top 10. The checkered flag flying here. The last couple crossing the line. It will not be enough, it looks like, to knock off your fastest. Logan Adams will sweep the Sportsman Common Kart Sales Pull Awards here on day number 1 in terms of the racing for the Winter Cup at Ocala. Logan Adams, a solid start to the weekend here in official competition, and he will lead both the Allison Racing Engines Yamaha Sportsman class to the green, as well as the IAME USA East Pro Swift Sportsman Division with a 10th.5 cushion at the end of qualifying. Anderson Leonard will join him on the front row here for Pro Swift. Jeremy Fletcher, Ashton Chilton, row 2. Sam Hines, Will Robusto, row 3. Isaac Beekman and Garrett Adams, row 4. Brent Cruz and Nikita Johnson, row 5. Daniel Krajewski, Lucas Rodriguez, row 6. Granger Pera and Bryson Morris will go to row 7. Hunter Yaney, Nathan Nicholson, row 8. Tyler Wettengel, Thomas Annunziata round out the 18 kart field, as we had a slight increase from Jacksonville. The IAME USA East Pro Swift Sportsman Division, our biggest class on the weekend, have now completed their first round of qualifying in the season finale of the WKA Winter Cup. Wilshire Racing Engines Pro IAME Junior drivers have the engines fired. The IAME X30 power plants are set to go green as we clear the racetrack and get ready to knock out our last 2 rounds of qualifying. A slow crawl out of the pit lane here for one driver that looks to be Dylan Gennaro. He's got quite a few following him, and it looks like the qualifying order has definitely been shaken up a little bit by it. Gennaro and his OGP teammate, Jade Hubert, crawling down the front stretch to find some clear racetrack. And they'll get onto the power about a half lap behind the rest of the field. Not sure if any official word will be given on that, but Caleb Bacon has been the other driver besides the 3 OGP entries to be the quickest. As he'll drop in line, it looks like he may have just lifted his arm, checking over the carburetor coming out of turn 8 with a possible problem. Isabella Robusto now leads the group. Bacon has Paulie Massimino looking to his inside over at turn 1, and Massimino is not able to fully get there. Zachary Hollingshead now just coming out of the pit lane. He'll drop in line with his OGP teammates. And the 3-team Ocala Grand Prix drivers will work together here for qualifying. Isabella Robusto has been very quick here this weekend. A great run both at Jacksonville and here in Ocala for the young lady in her first full championship in the junior class. And it's about to wrap up this weekend. Caleb Bacon is the same way. He made the advancement up to the junior division back in Daytona. And the Tony Kart pilot runs right behind the Comp Kart Southeast driver. Running right behind Robusto, Caleb Bacon was able to go to the top. A 3.5 advantage over Paulie Massimino, but that will get taken away by OGP driver Dylan Gennaro. The white cue ball helmet makes his way through turn number 4, and Gennaro with a 10.25 advantage over Caleb Bacon. Bacon under the Team Felon Racing banner here this weekend, and the number 18 Tony Kart will close up once again to the bumper of Robusto and go back to the top. Paulie Massimino following him runs in second, and Robusto, giving a little bit of draft to both drivers, leads the train, although she'll lose that spot and fall behind Massimino as Bacon goes by in turn 4. Connor Ferris in the Team Ferris Racing number 02 Top Kart with a great run here in qualifying, 8 thousandths faster, or 8 thousandths off of pole sitter Caleb Bacon. Connor Ferris has been pretty silent this weekend. Not too many big moves both this weekend and this season from the top cart pilot. He was absent in Jacksonville, but back here in Ocala. And Connor Ferris, although not improving that time as he was caught in a little bit of traffic behind what looks to be the FA cart of Blake Korth. He'll still sit fourth and inside the top five. Paulie Massimino did go to the top following Caleb Bacon on through Isabella Robusto, and Massimino holds the main position. But Jade Hubert, the driver who just recently signed with Team Ocala Grand Prix, initially moved up to second before they shuffle again by the line. Hubert runs behind OGP driver Zachary Hollingshead as they both have let Dylan Gennaro get out a little bit in front of them. Connor Ferris once again will go to the top, this time all the way up. For Connor Ferris, a 1/1000th second advantage over Isabella Robusto. He'll lose that honor, though, as Jade Hubert once again, running in the toe of Zachary Hollingshead, will go to the top, looking for her first career National Pole Award. Connor Ferris looking for the same in the junior division here in his first season up in the class. Team OGP here helping out Jade Hubert over the past few weeks as she made the transition and official signing with the team just a couple of weeks ago. Now she runs on top here at the WKA Winter Cup over her both OGP teammates Zachary Hollingshead and Dylan Gennaro. Jade Hubert an 800th advantage over Connor Ferris. Paulie Massimino has another top card inside the top five, but he'll get bumped down to fifth as they cross the line again. Caleb Bacon moves up to second. Isabella Robusto moves into fourth. Massimino down to fifth. Ferris still third. And Hubert, your quickest, still by 6.5 hundredths. We'll see if she can improve any more this time. Actually, it will be Zachary Hollingshead going to the top. Zachary Hollingshead has been looking for that big-time breakthrough main event victory here at the beginning of the year. What a strong start. What a strong couple of months it has been for this driver. The number 256 of Zachary Hollingshead has snagged pole awards, won heat races, won pre-finals, but still looking for that elusive main event victory. It could come at the WKA Winter Cup finale this weekend. He is very fast. He's been showing Jade Hubert around the past couple of laps, and he's right now your fastest driver. His teammate, Dylan Gennaro, sits second, and it's an OGP lockout of the top three spots so far in qualifying. Paulie Massimino here in the Timmy Tech-tuned top cart runs in fourth. Caleb Bacon's team Felon Racing Tony Kart rounds out the top five. He leads Massimino and Robusto down the front straightaway. Isabella Robusto now takes advantage of the draft that she'd been giving away in the first half of qualifying. The Comp Kart Southeast junior rookie up to second. She'll break up the Team OGP drivers. In fact, she tied Zachary Hollingshead's lap time, but Hollingshead has the advantage in one extra place beyond the decimal point, so literally less than 1/1000th of a second between Zachary Hollingshead and Isabella Robusto. Dylan Gennaro just 300ths back from his Team OGP teammate. Jade Hubert, another 300ths back from Gennaro. Massimino, 1/1000th off of Hubert, and another 300ths back from Massimino to Caleb Bacon. 1/10 of a second for your top six in Wiltshire Racing Engines Pro IAME Junior. By far the closest class we have this weekend. Dylan Gennaro now just 6/1000ths of a second off of Hollingshead. So less than 100 separating the top three. Zachary Hollingshead, still your provisional Comet Kart Sales Pole Award holder at the moment. And as the checkered flag flies here, the black and checkers flying, I believe possibly some penalties being handed out to the drivers that left the pit lane. The qualifying order, you're supposed to go full bore. You cannot wait whatsoever. And I don't know if any penalties are going to be given out because of that. Dylan Gennaro did slowly leave the pit lane to give himself a gap. And I'm not sure what our WK officials will say because he just went purple on his final time by, getting a little bit of draft off one driver in front of him. A 1/10 advantage. Dylan Gennaro goes to the top. And while it is unofficial here as the field crosses the line, Dylan Gennaro, your provisional Comet Kart Sales Pole Award winner. Isabella Robusto, if things stand, will start second as she moved up to P2 on the final circuits. Jade Hubert will start third. Zachary Hollingshead on the final lap gets bumped down to fourth. Paulie Massimino fifth. Caleb Bacon sixth. Connor Ferris seventh. Gunnar Bischoff in eighth. Gray Ledbetter ninth. Nick Trumbull in 10th. One class remains here for qualifying the Kart Sport North America Pro IAME Senior Division. Here with just Abby McLaughlin and Brandon Jarsakrak on the entry list. They've elected to not run the entirety of the weekend, or at least that was the speculation. We'll see if that will continue here as Ultra Racing Engines Pro IAME Junior qualifying is complete, but not without a little bit of speculation, as it looks like we may have some penalties coming to a few drivers in that one. The last qualifying session for today is underway here. The Kart Sport North America Pro IAME Senior Division. Brandon Jarsakrak has had a leg up on Abby McLaughlin all weekend. Throughout practice yesterday, about a 3 to 4/10 advantage for the Kart Sport North America Praga driver. Right now in qualifying, McLaughlin has cut it down to just 2.5 tenths. So Brandon Jarsakrak pulling in after 6 laps, a 37.083, his best. Abby McLaughlin has been working hard here on the top kart chassis, trying to tune that thing in all weekend. She'll pull in now at just a 2/10 difference between the two. The closest they've been, I believe, all weekend long. New tires playing a little bit of an equalizer between both. And the checkered flag will come out about 2 minutes before the end of qualifying. We've got about a 5-minute break here before we come back with heat number 1, LO206 Senior, filling up the grid at 11:05 right now. And again, they roll off in 5 minutes at 11:10 a.m. for our first race in the first round of heat racing this morning. Heat racing about to get underway for LO206 senior. Hunter Fox had a little bit of an issue getting off the grid. He'll make his way up to the front row as the 6 carts head towards the showcase. Corey Tolles, Hunter Fox, your front row. James Vanderzee, Nick Hall, row 2. Jorge Ruiz and Ryan Rogers make up the final row on the grid. They'll come to a nice slow crawl, and as they make their way out of the showcase and onto the front stretch, Corey Tolles, Hunter Fox leads your field into the tram lanes as we get towards the acceleration point. Full throttle now, green flag in the air, and we're underway down to turn number 1. A big jump for Nick Hall on the outside. He'll just still end up slotting in line to 4th, so no big improvement there for the TB cart. And Corey Tolles gets out to a 2-cart advantage heading for turn 4. Hunter Fox will pull up to the bumper of James Vanderzee and try to push him forward. The Comet Eagle driver trying to get away and everyone else trying to keep him within striking distance as they enter the tree turn here on lap number 1. 10 laps for the distance for all of the heat races this afternoon and morning, as we'll wrap up with our second round of heats around 2:30 and go straight into main event action here at the Ocala Grand Prix. Down to turn number 1, Hunter Fox will look to the inside of James Vanderzee. He'll slam the door shut. Vanderzee still holds on to second, and he holds on to Corey Tolles' draft. The question is not so much if Corey Tolles can get away, but how long can Vanderzee hold on, and in that time, is he going to be able to stick a nose to the inside to try and challenge Tolles for the lead? Corey Tolles had a huge gap over the field in qualifying, and granted that was shortened as Fox and Vanderzee got to work together a little bit better, but even right now they're still losing about a 1/10 a lap. Another cart length and a half added to Corey Tolles' advantage as they head down the front stretch to complete lap 2. Out of turn 5 and through the hairpins once again. Corey Tolles, your leader. James Vanderzee second. Hunter Fox in third. Nick Hall 4th. Jorge Ruiz 5th. Ryan Rogers in 6th. And down to the showcase. It looks like the gap didn't really lengthen too much from first to second, but Vanderzee got a little bit of distance away from Hunter Fox, and that may actually be disadvantages here to Vanderzee because he needs that drafting help to push him forward towards the rear bumper of Corey Tolles. Side by side for second, Hunter Fox going back and forth with James Vanderzee. Fox unable to get the move done. He tried to go to the inside back at turn 5, and it was not there. He still was unable to get it, crossing back and forth into the tree turn, so Fox remains in third. Vanderzee second, but that one move was all Corey Tolles needed. He has checked out once again, and this time with a gap double the size of what it was just one lap ago. Tolles, your leader, into the tree turn here on lap 4. Nick Hall actually is not really falling too far back from the drivers in second and third. Nick Hall remains here in fourth, trying to close up to Hunter Fox and James Vanderzee. One more pass, or at least attempted one here for second. Should bring the TB card of Hall closer. He just set his best time of the race last time by. He was 4/10 faster than Margay Racing's Hunter Fox. And 3/10 quicker than James Vanderzee. Unfortunately, he was still about 3/10 slower than Corey Tolles, who's pulling away 6 to 7/10 a lap. Simply unmatched here in Ocala. Corey Tolles will hop in the seat into the tree turn, keeping those RPMs up and in cruise control. Total control of this one in the hands of Corey Tolles. He'll come to see 3 laps to go this time by here at the Ocala Grand Prix for the first heat on the weekend, as James Vanderzee once again comes under fire from Hunter Fox. Here comes Fox down to turn 1, unable to get the move done, and so Vanderzee holds. In fact, that move, or at least attempt at one into turn 1, I don't know if it threw off Hunter Fox's rhythm or he simply lost ground solely off that. He trails by a cart and a half off Vanderzee, and that separation will give an even bigger advantage to Nick Hall in fourth. Hall is still running low on time. He's a second back from Vanderzee and 8/10 from Hunter Fox. With 2 laps remaining, it's still possible, but he'll need some more battling between the Margay driver and then Vanderzee in the number 93. Corey Tolles has actually backed off the pace a little bit the last time by. He's trying to maybe save the tires just a tad here on the number 04. As he exits the showcase once again, another lap led for the Comet Eagle driver. This time he'll see the white flag. 1 lap to go for Corey Tolles. And a 4/10 advantage over James Vanderzee and Hunter Fox, who actually pulled away a little bit from Nick Hall the last circuit around. So Nick Hall just needed a little bit of a better start to this one to have his tire pressure maybe come in a little bit earlier. Although now a change in second again. This time Hunter Fox fully gets through. Vanderzee through the grass. He'll go around. James Vanderzee spins out and comes to a halt, exiting turn number 5. As Hunter Fox tried to go by, the checkered and blacks will come out. It will not be for your leader, though. Corey Tolles, a perfect weekend begins here with Hunter Fox finishing second and Nick Hall finishing third. Vanderzee, a DNF in Heat 1 after running second all race long. Definitely not the start to the weekend that James Vanderzee would have liked. He tried holding the outside as Hunter Fox tried the same move. He was unsuccessful at a few laps back to work his way up for second. And unfortunately, contact would come between the two, and it would result in Vanderzee coming to a halt and spinning at least halfway through in the grass. Next up, the Allison Racing Engines Yamaha Sportsman Division will take to the racetrack, but not after this short break here while we get Vanderzee's kart recovered and back over to the scale lines. The first heat race of the WKA Winter Cup finale is complete. The LO206 senior drivers now have their grid for heat number 2, or at least will, because we may have some official intervention here after that one. But the racing continuing to roll on. Remember, from here on out, the end of the day, we like to ask the IAME classes to please roll up to the grid a little bit earlier than normal, beginning with the Mini Swift class and along with the Pro Swift Sportsman, Pro Junior, and Pro Seniors. Allison Racing Engine's Yamaha Sportsman rounding the showcase. They'll get set to go green. Logan Adams and William Robusto, your front row for the 8-cart field. Down the front stretch, full power. Robusto with a big jump. It will get the green. Will Robusto with the advantage down to turn number 1. Logan Adams and Robusto go toe-to-toe. Sam Hines trying to hang on and go through to second from third. I don't believe he was able to get it done. Robusto goes into second. Hines under some pressure here for third as Mateo Rubio Luengo goes to P3 in turn 4. Mateo Rubio Luengo on a tear. The Benek driver now has to set his sights on Robusto, who's got a little bit of an advantage. Robusto and Logan Adams lead the way down to the showcase on lap 1. 9 laps to go with the stripe for the 8-cart Yamaha Sportsman field. Logan Adams, your leader. William Robusto gets a big toe. He'll go right to the bumper and try to go to work as Mateo Rubio Luengo goes all the way to the bottom down to turn number 1, maybe to defend a little bit as he still trails, but he's going to close that gap big time through turns 2 and 3. Robusto trying to work together with Logan Adams to make it a 2-cart battle, but Rubio Luengo is coming. Along with that, Sam Hines is making up some ground on the leaders. He's got Garrett Adams behind him, and out of the tree turn, Logan Adams. No looks back yet from the Comet Racing Team driver, but he's got potentially 4 carts all gunning for him right now. The quickest at the moment is going to be the Benek of Rubio Luengo. He continues to reel in the top 2. Will Robusto taking a wide line there, nearly opened the door. Rubio Luengo was 3, maybe 4 carts back. He got up to the bumper by the time Robusto came down. Will Robusto was really quick in practice. Oh, he goes around. Will Robusto around over at turn number 4. Rubio Luengo may have touched him. We're not sure about that. They just possibly got together. Robusto keeps it going. He'll get back at the tail end of the field. And Logan Adams leads now. Mateo Rubio Luengo promoted up to second. Sam Hines up to third. Garrett Adams up to fourth. P5 becomes Bryson Morris at the number 13. Nathan Nicholson runs in 6th. Sebastian NG 7th. And again, Robusto at the tail end of the field after the spin runs in 8th. A 4-cart train still leads the way here with Logan Adams at the helm. He's not seen any charge yet, but Mateo Rubio Luengo looks pretty racy. Again, I don't know if there was any contact on the exit of turn 4 between Rubio Luengo and Robusto. Well, Robusto's got quite a bit of years, especially in the sportsman classes, under his belt. It'd be very rare to see him solely go around under his own doing. But down the front straightaway, here comes Rubio Luengo, a big head of steam. He'll go to the lead down to turn number 1. Mateo Rubio Luengo, your new leader in Yamaha Sportsman. Logan Adams down to second. Adams will pull up to the bumper to turn 4, but will not mount a counter challenge just yet. Mateo Rubio Luengo leads. He's one of the younger drivers in the category, along with the likes of Sebastian NG, as he's pulling double duty, not in the Pro Swift division, but in the Mini Swift class. Down into the showcase, Rubio Luengo, Adams, Hines, your top 3 with a big gap back to Garrett Adams in 4th. Garrett Adams was closing up to the top 3 drivers, but he's actually fallen quite a bit back now as Logan Adams is unable to get by Mateo Rubio Luengo in turn 1. Into turn number 4, Adams still sticking in line. No moves yet from the 2 Comet Racing Team drivers to try and team up on the Benek entry. Rubio Luengo in his first weekend, his first time on the Benek cart, was back on Thursday for unofficial practice. As he exits the tree turn, it's a half-cart advantage for the number 6 down to the showcase. 4 laps to go for Mateo Rubio Luengo. Logan Adams signals to work together with Sam Hines. He'll try to go to the bottom. Rubio Luengo throws an offensive move down to turn 1, and he'll shut the door. No advantage for Logan Adams. Will Robusto just went purple. Your quickest driver on the racetrack is the comp cart. He's worked his way past 8th place now. That was Garrett Adams, actually, who's falling back. So mechanical issues continuing for Garrett Adams. I mentioned he had just fallen off the leaders. He's now fallen pulled in as well. Sebastian NG has also fallen victim to Robusto. He's gotten by, and Robusto should be able to get Nathan Nicholson with his current pace. Rubio Luengo will go to the bottom of the racetrack to continue to defend. He'll take a look over his right shoulder to see Adams going to the outside. No real move made from there because the corner is so long for turn one. Rubio Luengo taking that narrow line will not really suffer. Into turn number 5, he still leads, and Adams unable to find a way past him. 3 carts in the lead group, and this time it'll be the double sticks in the air. 2 laps to go for your Allison Racing Engines Yamaha Sportsman first heat race on the weekend. Mateo Rubio Luengo rounding the showcase. We'll see it, and he'll continue to defend down to the bottom on the front straightaway. Adams unable to get by once again. Logan Adams is going to have to get aggressive over in the hairpin section here if he wants to find a way past. Rubio Luengo will defend at the bottom in turn 4. Adams still can't get by in turn 5. Luengo goes wide. He'll still hold the lead. He looked to go really wide coming out of turn number 5 into the tree turn, still defending a little bit. But it's working so far. Mateo Rubio Luengo still holds the lead. Out of the final turn, white flag in the air for Mateo Rubio Luengo. What a big run for Logan Adams. He'll go even with him down to turn 1 with help from Sam Hines around the outside. Logan Adams to the lead. Sam Hines able to go through to second over Rubio Luengo, and that's going to give Logan Adams the gap he wants. Sam Hines now has to deal with the Bennick driver into turn number 5. Rubio Luengo still sits in line, and Logan Adams with a big lead. Mateo Rubio Luengo moved over just a little bit too early, possibly that time down the front stretch. Logan Adams timed his run perfectly, though. Everything awarded as it's deserved. Logan Adams wins Heat 1. Sam Hines finishes second. Mateo Rubio Luengo finishes third after leading the final couple of laps. Fourth goes to Bryson Morris, and climbing his way back to the field, a 5th place finishing spot for William Robusto. Not sure what the mechanical problem was for Garrett Adams. He pulled in back at the conclusion of lap number 5, coming to lap number 6, as he had already started to slip backward very fast in the number 04 FA kart. Now it's time for the Comet Kart Sales Yamaha Junior Division. And again, we'd like to ask our CRPRacing.com Mini Swift drivers to please make your way to the grid earlier. As soon as Yamaha Junior clears the grid will be open for Mini Swift, and the earlier we can send them out, the better. So we'll be looking to go green with the CRPRacing.com Mini Swift class, not at the scheduled time at 11:54, but at 11:43. Again, 11:43, the scheduled time now for CRPRacing.com Mini Swift. A quick warm-up lap for Yamaha Junior has them going green, and a first green flag here for the Comet Kart Sales Yamaha Junior class. Jack Dorsey was your Comet Kart Sales Pole Award winner over Matthew Mockabee, and Mockabee running in second will slot in there after starting on the outside of the front row. Everyone running where they qualified. The 4-kart battle heads through turn 5 and 6. On the opening circuit, Jack Dorsey's Kartcraft Tony Kart leads. Bryce Aaron up to the bumper of Matthew Mockabee. No move into the tree turn, but he's got still a big run into the showcase. Here comes Aaron to the inside. He'll get through. Bryce Aaron up to P2. Jack Dorsey leads lap 1. Matthew Mockabee now going to go to work on Aaron's rear bumper. He'll try to push him up to the 0.83 of Jack Dorsey. Behind him, fourth place, Blake Korth loses a little bit of ground to the top 3 at the exit of the showcase and all the way down the front stretch due to the draft. And he'll continue to fall back unless they really start to hold each other up with enough battling. At the moment, that's not what we're seeing. It is a single kart line exiting the tree turn, and Dorsey leads them by 3.5 kart lengths back to Bryce Aaron. 8 laps to go here for the Comet Kart Sales Yamaha Junior class. A 3-kart battle up front. Bryce Aaron on the bumper of Jack Dorsey as Matthew Mockabee continues to push him forward through turn 3. Dorsey now just down to a kart length advantage into the hairpin section at the Ocala Grand Prix. The WKA Winter Cup 3rd round continuing to roll here. The season finale of the Winter Championship for the WKA concluding in Florida, where it spent its entirety, kicking off in a combination event with the Daytona International Speedway Daytona Kart Week for WKA Manufacturers Cup competition, and then went to Jacksonville for the 103rd Street Sports Complex round a month ago. Wrapping up this weekend here, April Fool's weekend. April Fool's Day is today, but right now no one is fooling Jack Dorsey. He leads and has not seen any charge from behind and would probably not be shaken up too much by one either. Bryce Aaron on his tail. Matthew Mockabee's actually lost a little bit of time to Bryce Aaron. And as they exit the tree turn, Dorsey, Aaron, and Mockabee still remain together enough that Mockabee is in the draft down to the showcase. Down to turn number 1, Bryce Aaron will give a little bump draft to Jack Dorsey as they try to leave Matthew Mockabee in the dust. Mockabee losing some time to the top 2 with that drafting move. He'll gain a lot as they head through turns 2 and 3. Definitely Matthew Mockabee's best section of the racetrack, but he's losing a little time both through the showcase and the second half of your hairpins. Right here, out of the tree turn, Bryce Aaron gets a good run, but Mockabee actually got a pretty good run himself. He'll get up to the bumper of the Cosmic once again, and now Dorsey will see himself with a little bit of a cushion again as well. The cross flag's given here as Matthew Mockabee now looks to the inside of Bryce Aaron. He'll go through down to turn number 1, move Matthew Mockabee's number 6 Tony Kart up to P2. Bryce Aaron down to 3rd, and now he'll have to switch roles with Mockabee to push Mockabee up to the bumper of Jack Dorsey, who, as I mentioned, still has not seen a challenge for the lead. Into the tree turn here with 4.5 laps remaining. Jack Dorsey, after a strong run in Jacksonville, will look to once again find himself on the top step of the podium. Bryce Aaron and Dorsey both traded the lead and wins throughout the entire second round, but now with Matthew Mockabee in the mix of the 2 Kartcraft teammates, there's a little bit of a twist here in the season finale. We'll see how it plays out later on. Right now, it still seems pretty calm. Matthew Mockabee, Bryce Aaron, yet to really dig any deeper into that 3 to 4 kart advantage Jack Dorsey built up when they began to trade positions. Through the tree turn, once again, Dorsey, your leader. He's led every lap thus far. Matthew Mockabee and Bryce Aaron only traded second once, with Mockabee starting 3rd and moving up to P2. Correction, Mockabee starting in 2nd and dropping back. Now he's back up to the 2nd spot. Bryce Aaron actually made a big bobble there through turn 2. He ran really wide entering turn 3, and that threw him off. He's actually quite a bit off the bumper of Mockabee as they head through the hairpins. He'll have to really buckle down to close that gap up once again, because Jack Dorsey and Matthew Mockabee are not making any mistakes thus far. Dorsey has driven a perfect race. He's just got 2 more laps to complete it. The double sticks in the air for the number 082 Tony Kart and it's a 4.5 cart advantage back to Matthew Mockabee. Mockabee with nearly 6 cart lengths back to Bryce Aaron, and growing as Aaron continues to have just a tiny little bobble every other corner, and unfortunately he's paying for it in dividends as Matthew Mockabee once again pulls closer to Dorsey and pulls farther away from Bryce Aaron. Into the showcase for the second to last time of heat number 1. Comet Kart Sales Yamaha Jr. sees Jack Dorsey leading with Matthew Mockabee beginning to close down the front stretch. The gap at 3 cart lengths. It still needs to be quite a bit closer for Mockabee to be able to attempt to charge for the lead. Through turns 2 and 3, Dorsey and Mockabee have pulled away from Bryce Aaron, who's now out of drafting distance, but Matthew Mockabee only going to have one final opportunity to find a way past Jack Dorsey. Through turns 5, 6, and 7 into the tree turn for the last time. Out of it and down to the showcase. Dorsey still a league too big to be surmounted. Maybe one more lap. We could have seen a different outcome. Mockabee throws it in deep to the showcase, but Jack Dorsey will win Heat 1 in Yamaha Jr. So the Comet Kart Sales Pole Award winner will begin a clean sweep of the official sessions here after taking the pole and winning the first heat race. He'll start on the pole for heat number 2 to see if he can do it again in the same exact format. 10 laps for both heat races here, and the starting order set by the previous session, in which case right now we're being set off of qualifying. For heat number 2, it's not off your qualifying time, but off your finishing position from heat 1. Next up, it's the first of the 4 IAME divisions, the CRP Racing.com Mini Swift class, ages 7 to 10 years old, with the restricted IAME Mini Swift power plant at 15 drivers, and quite a close gap for the pole in qualifying. This should be pretty exciting, and they're about to leave the grid here momentarily. CRPRacing.com Mini Swift is on the grid and about to go out on the racetrack. The IAME USA East Pro Swift Sportsman Division is at the back of the grid. Again, an adjusted schedule for the IAME classes for the remainder of the weekend, or the remainder of the day. Heats 1, 2, and the final have been bumped up one time slot. CRPRacing.com Mini Swift. Again, a final call for those drivers to the grid in the IAME USA East Pro Swift Sportsman Division to the back of the grid. Once again, this is a last call for CRPRacing.com Mini Swift to the back of the grid, or to the front of the grid, sorry, for your heat race. IAME USA East Pro Swift Sportsmen going to make their way to the back of the grid as well. So CRPRacing.com Mini Swift. A little bit too fast before they could grid them up at the end of the outlap, so they will make their way around and try again. Mateo Rubio Luengo and Christian Miles, your front row, with Miles snagging the pole by 1/1000th of a second in qualifying. Behind them, a group of hungry drivers will follow as well. Sam Corey and Adam Brickley make up row number 2. Bryce Sanders and Sofia Dorego, row 3. Caleb Gaffera will start to the inside of row 4 alongside Ben Mayer. Row 5 will look to be Lucas Rodriguez. As we get the field through the tree turn, we'll confirm those names just a moment here as everyone comes nice and slow. A perfect looking grid as they head towards the showcase. 15 drivers in the CRPRacing.com Mini Swift field. Our biggest one yet to take the green. One more class a little bigger is the one coming after it, the IAME USA's Pro Swift Sportsman Division. But here for Mini Swift, already onto the power, an early green, and it will not be given because of it. Christian Miles shaking his head as he came across the line. He and Mateo Rubio Luengo were just a little bit too fast, a little bit too early in terms of when they accelerated for your head flagger to give them the green. We'll bring them down to a crawl now as they head over to turn 3. So we're going to round the showcase once again and try and get a little bit of a better start. Christian Miles, Mateo Rubio Luengo, bringing your field once again down to a nice and slow pace to the final turn. And as they exit and head onto the front stretch, we'll see how long they can hold their breath before we go racing. CRPRacing.com Mini Swift into the tram lanes. Down the front straightaway, a much better start. This time, green flag in the air. We're underway for heat number 1. Down to turn 1 here. Everyone will make it through cleanly. Christian Miles goes into the lead. Behind him, Adam Brickley slots into second. Mateo Rubio Luengo falls to third, but he'll look back for P2 into turn 4. And while he just holds on to the third spot over Sam Corey, who trails all over his bumper, Rubio Luengo closes still up to Brickley into the tree turn. Here he comes for second. Mateo Rubio Luengo goes to P2. Christian Miles, through the first half lap, pulls out a 5-card advantage. Bryce Sanders going wheel to wheel with Sam Corey. Corey went wide out of the final turn. He'll lose a spot to Sofia Dorego and to Benjamin Mayer, who goes through on the bottom. Actually, correction, that might be Sebastian NG, another one of the Nitro Kart drivers, along with Mayer. They went side by side through turns 1 and 2. We'll find where they sort out as they come by the stripe, but that's now given a bit of an advantage for the top 3. It's Miles, Rubio Luengo, and then Brickley before a big gap back to Sofia Dorego, who followed Sanders through in the showcase and then went to the bottom of the racetrack down the front stretch. That is going to be Sebastian NG, who got by Sam Corey. Corey trying to cross him over out of the showcase. He'll look to the bottom, still side by side down to turn number 1. Up front, we are heating up the battle for the lead. Mateo Rubio Luengo's clawed his way up to the bumper of Christian Miles. Into turn number 4. It's a 2-cart breakaway as Adam Brickley still trails in third. Miles leading through 5, 6, and now 7. The OK1 driver into the tree turn with a half-card advantage back to the Benek of Rubio Luengo. Down the front stretch, Mateo Rubio Luengo with a big head of steam to Christian Miles, but yellow flags waving. One driver hard off the racetrack over at turn number 1, and I believe that might be Raiden Nickel in the number 93. So that prevented Rubio Luengo from trying to make a move possibly down to turn number 1. Meanwhile, looking back just for a second from your leaders, Adam Brickley is being reeled in by Nitro Kart Sofia Dorego. Bryce Sanders running in the 5th spot. Is definitely not as quick as the number 3 Nitro through the showcase. He's got Sebastian NG behind him, along with Sam Corey, Caleb Gaffera, and Ben Mayer. Caleb Gaffera not having the start to the weekend he needs here for his championship run. Christian Miles, the contender, coming in, not in the lead, but could be in it after a strong run today. He qualified on the pole. He has led every lap so far in heat number 1, but he's got quite a bit of pressure right now from Benek's Mateo Rubio Luengo. Out of the showcase, we see Danny Dzelski was one of the drivers involved in an earlier incident. He's probably going to be lapped by your leaders right now because the damage pretty severe here to the number 8 Benek entry. But the crossed flags have been given, 5 laps in and 5 laps led for Christian Miles. Mateo Rubio Luengo will look to the inside though in turn 4, and Rubio Luengo goes into the lead. Christian Miles slots into 2nd, and again a big gap back to 3rd, so no need to work together. They can continue to battle all they want. We'll see how long Christian Miles will wait behind Rubio Luengo as Rubio Luengo leads into the showcase. Christian Miles took a look to the inside, out of the showcase turn, did not make it stick. Through turn number 1, he'll close back to the bumper of Rubio Luengo, who defended a little bit. Out of turn 3, Miles, a big run to the inside, maybe not in turn number 4. Luengo holds. Out of the final turn, Mateo Rubio Luengo still leads here with Christian Miles right behind him. He'll defend again down to turn number 1, just at the end of the straightaway, moving over a little bit early. It doesn't really affect you too much here at Ocala Grand Prix because of the way the turn 1, 2, and 3 complex is set up, that going to the bottom, entering the turn to defend, you don't lose too much time, especially when you're in the race here. And so defending at OGP doesn't cost them too much, and in fact, they're only running equal times at the moment to Sam Corey, with Rubio Luengo throwing a couple of blocks. In terms of lap times, though, Christian Miles still not as fast as Rubio Luengo based off the draft that Rubio Luengo got earlier on. He has about a 1/10 of a half advantage. Adam Brickley last time by lost half a second to your leaders, and Christian Miles actually lost a little time to Mateo Rubio Luengo. Now here comes the trickier part as they both catch Danny Dzelski with a lap and a half remaining. They've got to make good work of him, not get tripped up, especially Christian Miles. Miles will get through, but he did get bogged down a little bit through turn 6. And now a 2-card gap here between the two of them down to the showcase. Out of the final turn, white flag in the air. Mateo Rubio Luengo once again leads, coming to the white flag. He'll go to the bottom, all the way down to the grass. Miles will follow to get the draft. A kart length separates the two drivers through turns 2 and 3. Benek versus OK1 down to turn 4. Christian Miles still cannot find a way past. Rubio Luengo blocking to the bottom in turn 5. He'll keep the momentum up. No ground lost into the tree turn. Rubio Luengo takes his normal line. Miles will follow and into the showcase. A hop in the seat for Christian Miles will not be enough to get there out of the final turn. Mateo Rubio Luengo wins Heat 1 in Mini Swift. Christian Miles will finish second. Third will go to Adam Brickley. A strong run again here for the Energy Car driver who has done his homework over the offseason. Coming in strong, another top 5 finishing position and an official result this weekend for Adam Brickley, finishing exactly where he started. Sophia Dorrego climbed up a couple spots that heat. She'll finish in 4th. Sam Corey 5th. Sebastian NG 6th. Ben Mayer 7th as he gets by Bryce Sanders along with Sebastian NG in the closing couple of laps. Caleb Gaffera still runs in 9th. Jorge Ortiz made up a couple off the start, and he'll put the AKT Racing team Tony Kart into the top 10 with a 10th place run in the first heat race. Now, our biggest class on the weekend will get set to go as soon as we clear the racetrack. And it will be Logan Adams and Anderson Leonard leading the IAME USA East Pro Swift Sportsman Division to the green. IAME USA East Pro Swift Sportsman gritting up as they head through the opening hairpins. Logan Adams and Anderson Leonard, your front row. Jeremy Fletcher, Ashton Chilton, row 2. Sam Hines, Will Robusto, row 3. Isaac Beekman, Garrett Adams, row 4. Brent Cruz, Nikita Johnson, row 5. It's F.A. Cart and Bennick here for row number 1. Tony Cart and Nitro Cart, row 2. Into the tram lanes. Once again, we're looking to go green. Pro Swift Sportsman underway down to turn number 1. A big jump for Logan Adams. Not so much for third place Sam Hines. Jeremy Fletcher with a big jump. The OGP driver goes into second. Fletcher actually was the one caught sleeping, it looked like. He still got a good run. So P2, he'll go to the lead in turn 4. An early move for Jeremy Fletcher. And he'll lead the way through turn number 5. Jeremy Fletcher, a kid determined here to begin Heat 1. Logan Adams slots into second. Sam Hines third. Anderson Leonard fourth. Isaac Beekman fifth. Ashton Chilton lost quite a bit off the start. He's down to sixth. Brent Cruz with a good start. The driver who started on the 5th row is up to 7th. And he'll now go to the inside of his Nitro Kart teammate to turn 1. Brent Cruz to P5. William Robusto will follow through in the comp cart. He'll go into 6th, and Ashton Chilton will lose another position. Actually, Chilton down to 8th, Robusto to 7th, Cruz in 6th, and Robusto trying to fend off Chilton through turn 4. A 4-cart lead group right now. It's Fletcher, Adams, Hines, and Leonard. Isaac Beekman is closing up to them, the comp car driver. Moving forward as there goes a good move from Anderson Leonard. A power move down the inside of Sam Hines into the showcase. Anderson Leonard to P3. He'll nod his head down the front stretch. With that little bump draft from Sam Hines saying, that's right, here we go. The number 181 Bennick train beginning to charge. He's now closing to the bumper of Logan Adams to turn 4. Ashton Chilton has worked his way past Brent Cruz and William Robusto to go back into the 6th spot. And now he'll set his sights on that pack of 5 in front of him, but a lot of ground needs to be made up by the Nitro Kart driver and Comp Kart Southeast pilot Will Robusto. Not a lot of time. Here's we'll complete another one. Jeremy Fletcher, the Team Ocala Grand Prix driver leading, but here comes Logan Adams, your pole sitter, back to the lead in turn number 1. Fletcher will shut the door on Anderson Leonard, who tried to go by, and Leonard will stay in the 3rd spot. Jeremy Fletcher to P2. Isaac Beekman continues to close. Logan Adams leading Team OGP driver Jeremy Fletcher. Home turf for the team as Fletcher runs right behind Adams out of the tree turn. The 5 carts can get closer together. On top of that, Ashton Chilton, Will Robusto starting to close and really cut into that gap as they've left Brent Cruz behind them. Down to turn number 1, Fletcher will give a little bump draft to Logan Adams. Adams, your leader. Fletcher still second through turns 2 and 3. The cross flags will be given this time by far the best race we've seen yet is the IAME USA East Pro Swift Sportsman Heat Race. They are on the racetrack at 18 cart strong. It's a 4-cart, nearly 5-cart pack as something has happened to Isaac Beekman. Isaac Beekman with a potential mechanical, the comp car driver, slipping backwards now as he goes to the tree turn. He's fallen all the way outside the top 10. Isaac Beekman had something go awry in the 306. Not sure what happened. He seems to be back to full song now, but 5 laps in, 5 to go, and we're down to 4 in the lead group. Ashton Chilton and Will Robusto looked like they were making up some ground, but Robusto's now been passed by Brent Cruz. All 3 of them still are way too far back to challenge your leaders. Anderson Leonard pushing Jeremy Fletcher back up to the rear of Logan Adams as they head down the front straightaway. Adams by 1 cart length over the 122. Fletcher, a late move to the inside in turn one. He'll make it stick. Adams falls down to third. Jeremy Fletcher back to the lead over at turns 2 and 3. Anderson Leonard now up to second, the highest he's been here this one. And he'll make contact with Logan Adams. They get together out of turn number 4. Leonard went to sweep back over for the next corner, and they both get tripped up. Now here comes Ashton Chilton as they've gotten back going. They didn't really go around, but it is a big-time lead for Ocala Grand Prix team driver Jeremy Fletcher. Sam Hines still running in second. Anderson Leonard in third. Now with Adams in fourth. Ashton Chilton still in fifth, but now within striking distance for a top 3 spot. The 2 laps to go signal will be given this time by to the 122 of Jeremy Fletcher. The OGP Tony Kart rolling here at Ocala Grand Prix. The sun is shining, not a cloud in the sky over the racetrack as Fletcher leads down into the showcase. Jeremy Fletcher has been a little bit hot and cold in 2017, his first full year up in the sportsman ranks. And what a weekend it would be to win on home turf. Fletcher, your leader through turns 2 and 3 once again, and that gap back to Sam Hines not closing up whatsoever. If anything, it might be pulling a little bit bigger as Fletcher heads through turn 5. Sam Hines is definitely losing ground to Logan Adams and Anderson Leonard behind him. They should be able to reel him in for second. Fletcher, no looks over his shoulder, nothing whatsoever to give him any kind of anxiety as he heads down to the showcase. The white flag will fly. 1 lap to go for Jeremy Fletcher in Heat 1. Ashton Chilton trying to defend from his Nitro Kart teammate Brent Cruz down the front straightaway. Both drivers not where they'd like to be. They're still outside the top 4 spots, and they have not had the pace even to contend with them at the moment. As well, Robusto is also in the same boat. He's still right on the bumper of the 611. Sam Hines has Logan Adams closing up to the rear bumper. Down to the showcase, I don't know if anything will happen, but one thing that is for sure, out of the final turn, Jeremy Fletcher had this locked up 4 laps ago. He'll win Heat 1. Sam Hines finishes second. Logan Adams in third. Fourth will go to Anderson Leonard, and rounding out the top 5, holding on the final circuit, will be Ashton Chilton. Will Robusto actually worked his way past Brent Cruz on the final lap to go into 6th. Cruz will finish 7th, but that may have been right exactly where he would have liked to here, as this is the exact starting order that we'll see for Heat number 2. IAME USA East Pro Swift Sportsman complete, but don't head back to your pit area just yet, and don't turn off our live stream on YouTube on the Ocala Grand Prix official website just yet either, because one class next up to go is the Ultra Racing Engines Pro IAME Junior Division. They were separated for the longest time, and I believe after official intervention, still separated by just 1/10 of a second for the top 6 spots. The top 3, 1/100th. By far the closest group in qualifying. We have 15, or nearly at least 15 drivers will do battle here for the Ultra Racing Engines Pro IAME Junior Division. They've hit the racetrack. It is time to go racing, and Dylan Gennaro is your pole sitter here for Heat number 1. So, Vulture Racing Engines Pro IAME Junior, the Comet Kart Sales Pole Award went to Team OGP driver Dylan Gennaro after watching his cadet teammate Jeremy Fletcher take the win in heat number 1 for Pro Swift Sportsman. Gennaro would like to one-up that, of course, with a win in the next class up, the class on the racetrack, the Vulture Racing Engines Pro IAME Junior Division, but he's got quite a bit of competition, as I mentioned. Junior rookie Isabella Robusto joins him on the front row. Zachary Hollingshead, Jade Hubert, row 2, and a very fast start is waved off at the end of the straightaway. Too early onto the power for Dylan Gennaro, and Isabella Robusto will line them back up in the back section and try it again here in Ocala. Once again, a gorgeous day for racing in Ocala, Florida. And a beautiful circuit we get to compete on here at the Ocala Grand Prix. As always, a huge thank you to George and crew for putting on a fantastic facility for us to race at and keeping it so beautiful as it always is. The grass nice and green, and the red and white new barriers. Quite a few new barriers around the racetrack that they added in over the winter. You can see them a little bit shorter, a little bit darker colors. At least more contrast between the white and red. They have lined the entire back straightaway, the entire front stretch, as well as quite a few extra barriers around the racetrack. So nice to see the safety concern as well, a high priority here at Ocala Grand Prix. But enough about the racetrack. It's time to talk about the racing once again. We'll head through the showcase. Dylan Gennaro, Isabella Robusto, bringing your field to the green. A picture-perfect start, nice and slow. Another early full gas. It'll get the green this time. Green flag in the air down to turn number 1. Isabella Robusto going to get shafted. Shelby shuffled to the outside lane. Back quite a few spots off the start. On top of that, Zachary Hollingshead made a good move to go into 4th. Robusto all the way down to maybe 7th. As there goes Hollingshead by Paulie Massimino. Caleb Bacon tries to go through as well in turn 5. He can't get it done. Gunnar Bischoff with a big move down in turn 6. One of the places we haven't seen anyone make a pass. Bischoff with a great move. Caleb Bacon also going to lose the spot to Nick Trumbull. Here comes Caden Wharf. Bacon's backward slide continues. Contact with Isabella Robusto. He'll fall all the way back, maybe outside the top 10. A chaotic first lap for both Isabella Robusto and Caleb Bacon, starting inside the first 2 rows and falling all the way outside the top 5, nearly outside the top 10 positions. Battling for second, side by side, Zachary Hollingshead goes by Jade Hubert, and now it's just his teammate Dylan Gennaro in the lead. What a progression it's been in just a matter of weeks. It's been less than a month since Jade Hubert, or less than 2 months since Jade Hubert began her partnership with the Ocala Grand Prix team, and now she's running in the top 3 spots at the WKA Winter Cup, and only losing to her 2 OGP teammates, Dylan Gennaro and Zachary Hollingshead, who over their years here with the team have put in more laps at Ocala Grand Prix than any other driver have in any WKA Winter Cup track this entire season combined. Team Ocala Grand Prix always committed to that driver development program they are so proud of and have been so successful with over the years. They've produced some of the best senior drivers currently in the field of karting right now, and also a few of them making the progression up the car ladder as well. Dylan Gennaro, Zachary Hollingshead would love to follow in their footsteps, but right now that focus is solely for the race lead. Zachary Hollingshead will take it in turn number 4. After running down Dylan Gennaro, he goes over to the top spot, but we've got 3 drivers behind them, Jade Hubert, Paulie Massimino, and Gunnar Bischoff, who struggled the entire day of practice yesterday. 2 flat tires, a little bit of driving to tune on, and again, a lot of work done overnight for the Northeastern driver from Vermont, but Bischoff running P5, and he's up with the lead group. Isabella Robusto, the driver who started second and was forced 3 wide by Hollingshead off the start, has worked her way up into 6th. She's running down your lead pack. On top of that, Caleb Bacon is doing the same. He's also gapped the group behind them. Gunnar Bischoff now closing up to the bumper of Paulie Massimino through the hairpins especially. Massimino's now trailing by 3 car lengths to Jade Hubert, who will continue to work with her OGP teammate Dylan Gennaro down the front straightaway. It hasn't been the cleanest transition up to junior for Velocity Academy driver Gunnar Bischoff, but a great run here this weekend to finally put himself back in the top 5. Now, challenge for second and third as Jade Hubert's gone to P2. Dylan Gennaro will lose quite a few spots. He'll lose third to Paulie Massimino and fourth to Gunnar Bischoff. Bischoff will block into the showcase to hold on. Gennaro has to back up to Isabella Robusto, but here comes a big run. Dylan Gennaro charging back forward. He'll go to the inside of Bischoff. Bischoff back down to 5th. Isabella Robusto 6th. Zachary Hollingshead still leads, but Jade Hubert now starting to run him down. Jade Hubert, again, one of the many young girls we have here in the Walter Racing Engines Pro IAME Junior class. Climbing forward still as the number 221 OGP Tony Kart is hitting its stride on the second half of Heat 1. She is 1 kart length back from Hollingshead. And out of the final turn, a big run for Jade Hubert. She'll go to the lead down to turn number 1. Jade Hubert to P1. Zachary Hollingshead will slot into second right behind her. And Hubert leads for the first time in her junior career. Zachary Hollingshead running second with Paulie Massimino right behind. Dylan Gennaro trails by 5, maybe 8, actually 6 to 7 kart lengths from the Timmy Tech Top Kart driver. Behind Gennaro, it's a 3 kart gap to Velocity Academy's Gunnar Bischoff. Then it looks to be Caleb Bacon, who has gone by Comp Kart Southeast driver Isabella Robusto. With 2 laps to go, though, the spotlight is still on Team OGP. 1, 2, and 4, and Dylan Gennaro running 4th, started on the pole. Battle for the lead once again. Zachary Hollingshead back to the inside in turn 4. And Jade Hubert falls down to second. Paulie Massimino 3rd. Dylan Gennaro 4th. And with a big gap back to Gunnar Bischoff in 5th. The white flag gonna fly this time. And Hollingshead and Hubert have been going toe-to-toe the entire second half of Heat 1. Another big run for Hubert. She'll go to the outside. Hollingshead will block to the bottom. Paulie Massimino cannot find a way by. Hubert remains in second. Zachary Hollingshead has been very strong. He'll continue to defend at turn 4. Hubert outside, inside to turn 5. Still cannot find a way past. Hollingshead, your leader into the tree turn for the final time. Hubert cannot get to the bottom. Hollingshead still defending. It'll back up them even to Dylan Gennaro closer. Not enough. Oh, a big move by Jade Hubert. A big shot, but it will not move any bit. Hollingshead wins Heat 1. Hollingshead was expecting that because he didn't flinch at all outside of a little bobble with the head from the impact. He held his line perfectly right up on the curb in the showcase. Zachary Hollingshead showing some masterful defensive driving to hold back his teammate Jade Hubert and the rest of the hungry Walter Racing Engines Pro IAME Junior field. A big shakeup in Heat 1. Again, this class, by far one of the closest ones we have this weekend, if not the closest. 5, 6, maybe even 7 drivers all with the speed to win here in Ocala. And quite an exciting heat race coming to an end as that does it for the first round of heat racing. With just 2 drivers in the class, the Kart Sport North America Pro IAME Senior field, I believe we're electing to take off the heat races today and simply work for the main event and then race the pre-final tomorrow and have that count as the final for the afternoon. So I believe that should wrap up our first round of heats and begin our lunch break. We'll give our hard-working WKA crew a chance to catch their breath, get something to eat, something to drink, and come back at 1 p.m. today for the second round of heat races. And then in between our second round of heats and the final, we'll simply have time for opening ceremonies with our national anthem and our invocation. LO206 Senior rounding the showcase here as they get set to go green. A few penalties were handed down the order after some controversial contact occurred between James Vanderzee and Hunter Fox. Corey Tolles and Ryan Rogers are your adjusted front row, and we are green. Green flag in the air for LO206 Senior, and the second round of heat races is underway at the Ocala Grand Prix. Corey Tolles will slot into the lead. James Vanderzee follows through into second, and it looks like Rogers will slot into third as they make their way to turn 4. Nick Hall runs in the 4th spot. Jorge Ruiz in 5th. Hunter Fox, again the driver who crossed the line in 2nd, was given a 4-position penalty for the contact with the number 93 of James Vanderzee. Started 6th. He still runs there, but he'll look to the bottom side of Jorge Ruiz down to turn number 11. Down the front stretch, Corey Tolles, a 3.5 card advantage over James Vanderzee, and once again, he'll look to stretch it out over the entirety of the session. They've got a big gap back to Ryan Rogers in 3rd. Hunter Fox still trapped behind the TB carts. He has not found a way past. Into turn 4, still no move for the number 3. There is going to be a change in the 4th spot. Jorge Ruiz going back and forth with Nick Hall, and move Jorge Ruiz up to P4. Nick Hall down to 5th. He still has Hunter Fox behind him in 6th. Hunter Fox struggling right now in the second heat for LO206 Senior, as he has not made his way forward nearly as quickly as I'm sure he would have hoped down the front stretch. Now Ruiz to the inside of Ryan Rogers. Fox going to push Nick Hall, and he'll try to get Hall on by. So Jorge Ruiz up to 3rd. Nick Hall still runs 4th as Fox runs 5th. They all freight trained past Ryan Rogers. And up front, James Vanderzee is closing, or at least holding that gap to Corey Tolles of 4 to 5 cart lengths. So Corey Tolles, maybe not as much of a domination here for Heat 2 as we saw in the first heat, because he pulled away as soon as Vanderzee came under fire from Hunter Fox. James Vanderzee has reeled in Corey Tolles closer than he's been all weekend. Speed-wise, the number 93, just a cart length back from the Comet Eagle driver. Corey Tolles has been dominant in the 2017 WKA Winter Cup. Kicking off in Daytona, going to Jacksonville, and here in Ocala, he will once again see a charge. The question is, can he hold it off as well in the same manner he did the entire 2017 season leading up to now? A hot streak for Corey Tolles of 4 consecutive race wins. He'll look to make it 5 today in a clean sweep. It is a perfect day so far here for Corey Tolles. They say a perfect game in baseball with no hitter as well. In this case for Corey Tolles, it's simply being the driver in first place for every official session, beginning with qualifying and every lap of the heat races, and he's right now doing that. He led every lap to win Heat 1, qualified on the pole, and out of the showcase here, he'll once again put another lap led in the books. Corey Tolles, James Vanderzee, 1 and 2. Side by side for 3rd, the number 3 of Hunter Fox, finally making some ground here through the field. He made his way up to 5th following a couple of drivers as they freight train Ryan Rogers. but now he'll go into P3 just ahead of Jorge Ruiz. Ruiz slots into the 4th spot ahead of Nick Hall, his TB Kart USA teammate in 5th. And now once again some separation comes between Corey Tolles and James Vanderzee. Tolles, your leader, will hop in the seat and tuck his head down, so will Vanderzee down to the showcase. 4 kart lengths separate first from second. Out of the final turn, Hunter Fox, a good ways back, leads the next group in 3rd. Allison Racing Engines Yamaha Sportsman's on the grid. The Comet Kart Sales Yamaha Junior class is right behind them. Remember, from the Heat 1 sessions on to the rest of the day, we are starting earlier, 1 session earlier than on the schedule. So the Mini Swift class rolls off the grid for Heat 2 at 1:33, Pro Swift at 1:44, Pro IAME Junior at 1:55, and Pro IAME Senior at 2:06. Two laps to go here for Corey Tolles, and while he has seen some pressure throughout this one where Vanderzee has caught all the way up to his bumper, he's pulled that gap back out to a comfortable margin and sets the kart on cruise control once again. Corey Tolles in his comfort zone right now as he heads down to the showcase. He'll see the white flag this time by for heat number 2. Although we've got a great battle going on for 3rd, we'll switch our focus to that for the moment. Jorge Ruiz and Hunter Fox going head-to-head here for P3. Ruiz continuing to defend, but Fox will find his nose down to the bottom, and he'll go to the inside in turn number 1. Hunter Fox back into 3rd. Jorge Ruiz slots right behind him with a big gap back to Nick Hall, so no pressure there. Through turn 4, Fox holds the position. Corey Tolles into the tree turn for the last time in heat number 2. Still no pressure from James Vanderzee as Ruiz has gotten back by in turn number 5. Fox trying to get by in the tree turn, can't do it for 3rd. Still a great battle, but up front, Corey Tolles' perfect day continues. He wins heat number 2. Side by side back for 3rd. Fox muscling his way down to the bottom, and he'll get through. Hunter Fox finishes 3rd behind James Vanderzee in 2nd with a good power move in the showcase to get by Jorge Ruiz on the final circuit. Nick Hall finishes 5th, and Ryan Rogers finishes 6th. Allison Racing Engines Yamaha Sportsman's on the grid. A great battle coming down to the wire between Logan Adams, Sam Hines, and Mateo Rubio-Luengo. In heat number 1, we'll look for much of the same here in heat 2 as the Comet Racing team drivers will sit once again in the first couple of rows. So for Allison Racing Engines Yamaha Sportsman, it's the Comet Racing Team drivers 1 and 2, Logan Adams and Sam Hines. Row number 2, we'll see Mateo Rubio Luengo on the inside, and I believe he'll start with one driver who was moving his way forward in Heat 1, the best of the second group on the racetrack. And that will be the Margay of Bryson Morris. An early jump there for Logan Adams, and Sam Hines will wave off the first try. We'll line them up again and try another time, as Garrett Adams is one of the drivers that'll be making his way forward here in the second round of heats. He's the only driver that should probably do so here in Yamaha Sportsman, as he starts shotgun on the field, the only driver in row number 4. Adams had a mechanical problem, and he pulled in early in Heat 1. He's trying to rebound from some of that bad luck here for Heat 2. Will Robusto was up in the lead group before he went around over at turn 4. I still don't know if there was any contact between himself and Mateo Rubio Luengo, who ran right behind him, but Robusto did recover to a 5th place spot, and he'll start on the inside here for Heat number 2, which should put him at least up one position off the start. Green flag in the air. Logan Adams leads them down to turn number 1. Sam Hines on the outside will lose at least one spot. Mateo Rubio Luengo goes into second, and they all file through cleanly through turn 3. Will Robusto actually moves up into third. Hines down to 4th. He'll possibly lose another spot as Bryson Morris tries to get by. Through turn 6, Garrett Adams picks off Nathan Nicholson with a good move to move into this up one spot closer to the top 5. He's now just on the outside edge looking in, and it's 7 carts together down the front stretch. Logan Adams will lead lap 1. Mateo Rubio Luengo trying to work with him to get a bit of a gap and some separation from the field. He signals to Will Robusto, who pulls up to do the same. 3 carts bumper to bumper over through turns 2 and 3. Into turn number 4, Rubio Luengo looks like he may have given a little shot to Logan Adams. And Adams actually is going to lose quite a few spots with a great move by Rubio Luengo in turn, Hines, trying to work his way forward off Robusto. Bryson Morris was the driver who's now going to get the worst of it. The shuffling puts him all the way back to 6th. So a bit of chaos there exiting turn number 5. Rubio Luengo still second, and now he'll go to the lead. Down to the bottom, Mateo Rubio Luengo takes over the top spot. Logan Adams down to second as they head through turn number 3. Into the showcase, Mateo Rubio Luengo and Logan Adams lead your field, with Will Robusto just a cart and a half behind them. Rubio Luengo will begin to defend down to turn number 1. That will back up Logan Adams. Here comes William Robusto, closer to the bumper over at turns 2 and 3. Into turn number 4. A 3-cart pack with about 3 cart lengths back to Sam Hines in 4th. Garrett Adams has worked his way up to 5th as we've seen some problems here for the Margay Racing driver Bryson Morris. He's fallen off the draft of Nathan Nicholson and is slipping backwards. Down the front straightaway, Rubio Luengo blocks down to the bottom. Adams will stick in line behind him, and they're going to get that, will back that 3-cart pack up even closer to Sam Hines. He'll close up to the bumper of Will Robusto. Here comes Logan Adams. He looked to the inside over at turn 4, but no change in position for the lead. Rubio Luengo still showing the way around the Ocala Grand Prix. The halfway signal going to be given this time by to Bennett Cart's Mateo Rubio Luengo. He'll lead the field down into turn number 9 and out of the showcase. Cross flags in the air. 5 in, 5 to go. Mateo Rubio Luengo leads. Will Robusto will now go to the inside as Luengo defended. Robusto followed, and looks like Logan Adams lost not 1 but 2 spots in the process as he runs in 4th. Also changing the lead though, Comp Cart Southeast driver Will Robusto goes through in turn 4. Will Robusto now shows the way. Mateo Rubio Luengo down to 2nd into the tree turn. Sam Hines runs 3rd, Adams 4th, and Garrett Adams, older brother to Logan, will close up and make it a 5-cart train down to the showcase. Another lap complete here in the second half of heat number 2. Will Robusto leads. Mateo Rubio Luengo 2nd. No changes down to turn number 1 as they go nose to tail. Down the front stretch, Logan Adams has now worked his way past Sam Hines for 3rd, the previous lap by. However, they have not lost any touch with the top 2. Will Robusto still leads Mateo Rubio Luengo in 2nd. Rubio Luengo led coming to the white flag, but he defended a little bit too hard down to the bottom on the front stretch, maybe a little too early. And the Comet Racing team teammates of Logan Adams and Sam Hines were able to power by on the outside. Out of the final turn, Will Robusto still your leader over Rubio Luengo and Adams. 2 laps to go. Here comes Mateo Rubio Luengo to the bottom down to turn number 1, and he'll go to the lead. Will Robusto slots down in 3rd as Logan Adams follows through. This is exactly where Logan was back in Heat 1. He likes being in this position as the field heads through turn number 5. A 5-cart battle. Mateo Rubio Luengo at the helm into the tree turn. No moves made through the pack and down to the showcase. Rubio Luengo blocks, but almost not enough. Logan Adams nearly shoved it down the inside. Onto the front straightaway. White flag in the air. Luengo to the inside. Here comes Adams again to the outside. Rubio Luengo can do nothing. Will Robusto powers by. Mateo Rubio Luengo once again a sitting duck on the final lap down the front stretch. Will Robusto going to try and take advantage now as Rubio Luengo gets passed by Sam Hines. He'll go back in turn 5. Rubio Luengo 3 wide out of turn 5, and he'll hold on to 3rd. Hines and Garrett Adams continue to battle for the 4th spot. Up front, though, Will Robusto not close enough. Out of the final turn, 2 heat races, 2 of the same moves in a row. Logan Adams wins Heat 2 for Yamaha Sportsman. Comet Kart Sales Yamaha Jr. is on the grid, and then we'll go directly into the CRPRacing.com Mini Swift class, which has been moved up the starting order here now, taking over the Rock Shifter time slot for the rest of the day. Comet Racing Engines, or Yamaha Junior, underway for Heat 2. Yes, we are. Green flag in the air. Matthew Mockabee with a good jump will almost clear Jack Dorsey to turn 1, but he still cannot get it done. Once again, Mockabee slots into third. Bryce Aaron goes through to second. Dorsey leads for the first time down to turn 4. So with Comet Kart Sales, Yamaha Junior on the racetrack, CRPRacing.com Mini Swift is on the grid and will immediately follow. Here again, an adjusted schedule, simply using the rock shifter time and moving that to the Mini Swift division. For Yamaha Junior on the racetrack, Matthew Mockabee has been left in the dust, to say the least, here for the Kartcraft LLC drivers of Jack Dorsey and Bryce Aaron. It is a throwback to Jacksonville because they have pulled away from the number 6 of Matthew Mockabee and the number 31 of Blake Korth. Both drivers run nose to tail. They've been pushing away for the opening couple of laps, and the OTK machines under Craig Hurlbert's operation lead the way in Yamaha Junior once again. Dorsey, your leader down the front straightaway. Jack Dorsey and Bryce Aaron are simply clicking off lap times right now as they just remain first and second. Bryce Aaron remaining right behind the rear bumper of Jack Dorsey and not making a single move to hint at any kind of a anxiety to pass, because Dorsey has not had any pressure from his Kartcraft teammate. Matthew Mockabee was one driver who definitely did want to mix it up a little bit in Heat 1, but he's been left behind. The Comet Racing Team entry in the number 6 Tony Kart runs third. Blake Korth runs fourth as the double sticks go in the air for Dorsey. 2 laps to go in Comet Kart Sales Yamaha Junior. Once again, CRPRacing.com Mini Swift is going to follow this race, and then the IAME USA East Pro Swift Sportsman Division will go right after that. White flag in the air here for Heat 2. Bryce Aaron still sitting behind Jack Dorsey, not showing even a hint of a nose down to the bottom. Into the tree turn for the final time in Heat number 2. Aaron will not make a move there. Down to the showcase. He'll hop in the seat. It will not be enough to try and pass. Out of the final turn on the racetrack, Jack Dorsey will take a comfortable win in Heat number 2 for Yamaha Junior. Bryce Aaron will finish second, Matthew Mockabee third, and Blake Korth will finish in fourth. Once again, CRPRacing.com Mini Swift is about to hit the racetrack for their second heat race. IAME USA East Pro Swift Sportsman is at the back of the grid, and they're about to move up, along with the Vulture Racing Engines Pro IAME Junior drivers moving forward on the grid as well. Remember, after heat number 2, we'll have a short break before opening ceremonies, so LO206 senior drivers, do not get into your carts before we complete the national anthem. CRPRacing.com Mini Swift rounding the showcase. They'll bring him nice and slow. Mateo Rubio Luengo, Christian Miles into the tram lines. Green flag in the air. We're underway down to turn number 1. Christian Miles stuck on the outside with no dancing partner. He'll fall down to 4th, right behind the Bennick of Sam Corey. But Mateo Rubio Luengo getting away here to an early lead over Adam Brickley. Brickley under pressure from Corey, and Miles will take advantage in turn 5. Christian Miles back up to 3rd as Mateo Rubio Luengo tries to give the Bennett cart as big of a cushion as he can on the opening lap. Adam Brickley still holds on to 2nd. Here comes Christian Miles to the bumper into turn number 9. Down the front straightaway. Rubio Luengo, your leader. 2nd will be Brickley, but he'll lose that down the front stretch. Maybe. Actually, he'll have enough motor to be able to hold back Christian Miles. Miles still in 3rd. Actually, again, we go back and forth. Miles nearly getting by in turn 2. Down to turn 4. This time, he'll get it done. The OK1 driver moves into P3. Sam Corey tries to get by, it looks like in turn 5. He can't get it done. He'll nearly lose a spot to the Nitro Kart of Sofia Dorego. Into the tree turn, Corey will defend. He'll hold on to 4th. That might actually be Ben Mayer right now in the 5th spot behind Sam Corey. Down the start-finish line, that is the number 67 of Ben Mayer. Sofia Dorego runs behind him, and then it'll be Sebastian NG. A big gap back to Caleb Gaffera farther back, but the biggest gap right now is from 1st back to 2nd. Mateo Rubio Luengo has absolutely destroyed the rest of the field in the opening 2 laps of heat number 2. He's got a huge gap, and even if Christian Miles was a little quicker, he'd have to take out quite a bit per lap to reel in the number 6 Bennett kart. Down the front straightaway, Mateo Rubio Luengo, the DCT Sport Bennett kart combination entry. The first time that partnership has been in action here was this weekend. The first time he was on the go-kart was on Thursday afternoon, and he has barely made any changes to the overall chassis setup. The kid has simply gone to the front. A phenomenal drive so far for Mateo Rubio Luengo. On top of that, enough can also not be said about Christian Miles. His first full national campaign after running well on the regional circuit in the Midwest in 2016. Had a great run at the last couple WKA, at the last big races along with WKA at Newcastle Motorsports Park. Made an impression and got the Kart Sport North America operation to help him out on the IPK chassis. He was on a Praga then. He's on an OK1 now. It's the same brand, just a different color. But either way, he's had a great run to kick off his 2017 season. Not the best luck overall at Daytona, but a complete sweep of the weekend with wins in Jacksonville. And he's looking to continue that kind of dominance here in Ocala. At least a couple of podiums, and possibly the bad luck here for Caleb Gaffera could put Miles into the championship chase. Caleb Gaffera, on the other hand, was strong in Jacksonville, and that put him in a championship lead coming into this weekend. He has not had the luck, overall speed, or simply finishing position that he's had in the first 2 rounds, though, as right now he runs outside the top 5, battling for the 7th or 8th spot as he heads through turn 3. Beyond Christian Miles and Mateo Rubio Luengo, Sam Corey's gotten by Adam Brickley, and Corey's run here this weekend's been pretty strong as well. The Bennett kart driver running behind Christian Miles is also under the Kart Sport North America operation. He had a decent run in Jacksonville, but he's really hitting his stride here in Ocala, especially today. Sam Corey still P3 with 3 kart lengths to Adam Brickley. I spoke a little about Adam Brickley early on in the first heat race, the energy kart driver, having a great run, his best qualifying run so far of his WKA career, at least on the national level, and here he is continuing that pace and showing it was no fluke for that time. He runs 4th after a 5th place finish in Heat 1. Correction, 3rd place finish for Adam Brickley in Heat number 1. P5 on the racetrack is Ben Mayer, who has been slowly climbing his way upwards on the score charts. He rounds out the current top 5, and he's got a big gap back to Sebastian NG. Ben Mayer was your 2015 WKA Kid Kart National Champion. Moved up into the Mini Swift class last year, initially with the Top Kart USA operation, and then switching gears to the brand new brand Nitro Kart with Nick Tucker. And that's been pretty successful for him. He's had some strong runs over the past 6 months, or I believe maybe a little longer than that since they began their partnership. And here in Ocala, Ben Mayer running P5 and running lap times comparable to the karts in front of him. Two laps to go for race leader Mateo Rubio Luengo as he heads through turn number 1. And while Christian Miles has tried to cut into the gap, again, it was just so big off the opening 2 laps while Miles was shuffled down the order that Mateo Rubio Luengo is in full comfort right now, knowing that he has really no real way to mess this one up at all. The number 6 Bennett Cart heads into the showcase. He'll come to see the white flag this time by 1 lap to go for Mateo Rubio Luengo, and he'll sweep the heat races if he can continue it. No defensive driving needed from this time. And after running up front of the Allison Racing Engines Yamaha Sportsman second heat race, Rubio Luengo leading by the biggest gap we've seen today, with the exception of maybe Corey Tolles in LO206 Senior, will round turn number 5. Half a lap to go now for the Georgian. Again, only his first weekend on the Bennett Cart. He will do probably about as good as you can in your first weekend on a go-kart. That is to win both of your heat races and put yourself on the pole for the main event. He will do just that. Mateo Rubio Luengo wins Heat 2. Christian Miles finishes in second. Third will go to Sam Corey. Fourth to Adam Brickley. Fifth to Ben Mayer. Next up, it's probably our most exciting heat race of the morning, the IAME USA East Pro Swift Sportsman Division. Then it'll be the Vulture Racing Engines Pro IAME Junior class, and a short break before opening ceremonies begin here at the Ocala Grand Prix. Down the front stretch for Pro Swift Sportsman. It's a little bit messy, but we'll give him the green. Jeremy Fletcher and Sam Hines lead the field down. It looks like Ashton Chilton might be the driver at the tail end, who did not get to really go green with the rest of the field. Regardless, we're underway. Logan Adams has slotted into second. Sam Hines, under a lot of pressure farther back, has slotted to fifth. Still some more shuffling as we watch through the top 10. Hines will lose another spot now to Nikita Johnson, who's made up quite a bit of ground here at the beginning of Heat 2. Johnson will lose that right back, though, and Lucas Rodriguez will try to go by in the turn. Rodriguez gets through. That'll actually be Daniel Krajewski now going back by Rodriguez. All kinds of position changes throughout the racetrack, but one thing is certain, Jeremy Fletcher is still leading the way. Logan Adams will try to challenge, but he is not going to make a move on either turn. Adams, your leader of the second group, will actually be Nikita Johnson. So that was Nikita Johnson holding on to P4. Daniel Krajewski was the driver who is teamed up with Johnson under the AKT Racing Team banner. He runs a couple spots back. Up front, Comet Racing Team driver Logan Adams is trying to work with Jeremy Fletcher to push away. Him and Anderson Leonard got together back at heat number 1, and they lost a bit of time. Unfortunately, that took them out of contention for the win. Fletcher looking to sweep the heats and take home a pole starting spot for the final. Really only has to worry about Adams at the moment because Brent Cruz in third has no dancing partner. Sam Hines runs behind him, but he has not had the speed to be able to be a little quicker than Cruz and push him around the racetrack. Behind Sam Hines, we'll find Anderson Leonard. The Bennett kart driver did not get a good start to heat number 2. He just worked his way past Nikita Johnson in the showcase, and now is trying to get the number 107 of Nikita Johnson to push him forward, at least up to the bumper of Sam Hines. Although a bit of a chaotic start, not nearly as chaotic of a heat race thus far. We've seen no changes in the lead, and really we haven't seen too much of a battle in the mid-pack. There's been a little bit of shuffling, but nothing over aggressive. These drivers calming down a little bit before we really get down to business for the 20-lap main event. Down to turn number 1, Sam Hines trying to get by. Brent Cruz will actually have the door shut in his face. No move there, although he'll throw it down the inside in turn 3. Cruz at the last second turned away, and Hines still won't gain anything. He'll fall down to 4th. Cruz now will end up losing 4 spots out of the changeover. Anderson Leonard, the biggest winner, he's up to 3rd. Sam Hines 4th, Garrett Adams 5th, Nikita Johnson 6th, Cruz down to 7th, Isaac Beekman 8th, Daniel Krajewski 9th, and Lucas Rodriguez 10th. Ashton Chilton's climbed his way up to the 12th spot, but definitely something was amiss off the start for the Nitro Kart driver. We've got yellow flags waving over at turns 1, 3, and I believe we may have a cart in the barrier exiting turn 3. We got one corner running over there to try and find that. Yes, a cart off the racetrack at the exit of turn number 3. Not sure who that might be off the racetrack at turn 3. It might be Raiden Nickel. So possibly Raiden Nickel off the racetrack over at turn number 3 in the Tony kart, as I'm not seeing him cross the line. Up front, Jeremy Fletcher and Logan Adams continue to run nose to tail, but Logan's not really pushing him around too much, and so that's still leaving the door open for someone to run them down. Last time by, Anderson Leonard, 3/10 quicker. He's got 3 laps to go this time by, and the Bennett of Anderson Leonard is moving. The number 181, closing the gap to first and second, Jeremy Fletcher and Logan Adams. Another 2/10 off the gap. He'll still need more than that to get there. But as long as Logan Adams tries to fight Fletcher at least once or twice here before we get to the white flag, there will be an opportunity for Anderson Leonard to try and take over the lead. So that actually may have been Thomas Annunziata, who was the driver off the racetrack over at turn 3. My apologies to the Nickel family there in actually the mini Swift division, but the driver that was off the racetrack appears to have been Thomas Annunziata. Jeremy Fletcher, Logan Adams, your leaders, with Anderson Leonard going purple last time by. He still only gained 1/10 of a second. He is closing up to the top 2. Fletcher over the curbing in turn 6. Won't hurt him at all. Out of the tree turn and to the stripe. It'll be the white flag. 1 lap to go for Jeremy Fletcher. Logan Adams still working together with him as they come down the front straightaway. 1 lap remaining for Jeremy Fletcher, the Team OGP driver, trying to go 2 for 2 in the heat races. Through turn number 4, Adams still not close enough to challenge. Jeremy Fletcher again has not had the best results he would have liked here on home turf at the Ocala Grand Prix. Quite a few laps here for this youngster. 10 years old in the Pro Swift Sportsman division, and another heat race win is in his grasp. Out of the showcase, Jeremy Fletcher will sweep the heat races. He puts it on the pole for the final. Logan Adams will finish in second, and probably the most consistent driver across the 2 sportsman divisions. Another solid run for Logan Adams in the number 2. Anderson Leonard finishes third, a hard-fought third for the Bennett driver, although Fletcher did go purple on the final circuit. Fourth will be Sam Hines, 5th Garrett Adams, 6th Isaac Beekman, 7th Brent Cruz, 8th Nikita Johnson, 9th Daniel Krajewski, 10th Lucas Rodriguez. Vulture Racing Engines Pro IAME Junior Heat 1 went to Zachary Hollingshead from Team Ocala Grand Prix. Jade Hubert finished second, and she gave him quite a shot going into the showcase trying to move him off the line, but Hollingshead stood his ground and was able to hold on for the heat race victory. We had quite a few drivers that all traded the lead at some point throughout that session, and also quite a few that will be starting deep in your field that started up front for Heat 1 and had speed, including the likes of Isabella Robusto and Caleb Bacon. Row 2, though, for Heat 2 will be Paulie Massimino and Dylan Gennaro. Row 3, Gunnar Bischoff, and I believe Bacon should start 6th with Isabella Robusto 7th. As the field comes into the tram lines, we look to go racing. Green flag not going to come this time. The driver starting on the outside of Isabella Robusto was one of the faster drivers that just didn't have the best qualifying time, Connor Ferris, in the Team Ferris Racing Top Card entry. So Ultra Racing Engines Pro IAME Junior into the tram lines again. Green flag in the air this time. A good jump for Zachary Hollingshead, and Jade Hubert brings them even down to turn 1. Hubert will fall down to 4th. Dylan Gennaro holds 5th, starting P4. As we go down to turn number 4, Hollingshead already defending from Timmy Dex, Paulie Massimino. Massimino trying to go to the outside, will surrender 2nd. Gunnar Bischoff goes through to P2. Massimino will go back down the inside on the tree turn. Bischoff down to 3rd. Here comes Jade Hubert to the inside into the showcase. Jade Hubert trying to get there. Bischoff will hold her back for now. Down the front straightaway, Hubert tucks her head back behind the wheel. She'll still stay in line as Bischoff defends to turn 1. Behind Jade Hubert looks to be Isabella Robusto. I might be mistaken as the field files through into turn number 4. Paulie Massimino was just lacking that extra half attempt here to battle for the lead as we see a change in 3rd. Hubert finally gets it done on Bischoff over in 5. Bischoff will remain down in 4th. No big pressure. That's actually Caleb Bacon in 5th. Gray Ledbetter got a good start that time. She's up to 6th. Dylan Gennaro runs 7th. Caden Worf in 8th, and he's just ahead of Matthew Maccabee in 9th. Through turn number 3 and into turn 4, Paulie Massimino is close to the bumper of Zachary Hollingshead. He's not sure when and where he'll make his move, but the Timmy Tech Tune top card is all over the Team OGP Tony card of Hollingshead. Into turn number 7, Hollingshead, again, still your leader without any pressure yet in terms of an actual attempt for the lead. Out of the final turn, Massimino still just right on his bumper. Down the front stretch, Massimino pushing away with Hollingshead as Jade Hubert runs 3rd, a good ways back. Gunnar Bischoff running in the 4th spot. Caleb Bacon, P5, Ledbetter 6th, Gennaro 7th in the 5-cart train that just runs a little behind the top 2. Battle for 4th here. Gunnar Bischoff under some pressure from Caleb Bacon to get a move on. Bacon looked like he may have thought about an attempt over in turn 4, but he has not gotten the job done yet. Bischoff in the Velocity Academy colored Tony cart still holds on to 4th. Down the front straightaway, Massimino still just pushing Zachary Hollingshead away from the field to try and continue a 2-cart only battle for the lead. Jade Hubert, on the other hand, is still looking to close just a little bit. She may have cut that gap down. In fact, she has, down to just 3.5 cart lengths. Jade Hubert pulling away a little from Bischoff. Bischoff pulling away from the driver in 5th, who is now Dylan Gennaro. He's gotten by both Caleb Bacon and Gray Ledbetter. Dylan Gennaro got shuffled way deep in your field outside the top 5 out on the start after starting on row number 2. He's now closing up to Bischoff, who defends a little down to 1. Jade Hubert just 3 carts back from Zachary Hollingshead, who actually lost the lead to Paulie Massimino. But Massimino, just for half a lap, holds it. Hollingshead goes back by in turn 4. So Paulie Massimino with a good move down in the showcase to go by, loses the lead almost instantly back to Zachary Hollingshead. And here comes OGP driver Jade Hubert into the mix. 3 carts battling for the lead and potentially another 4 as they head down the front straightaway. Massimino again just slamming the rear bumper of Zachary Hollingshead down the straightaways to try and get some more separation, but Jade Hubert is there as they head for turn 4, 1 cart length between all 3 drivers. Battle for 4th. Oh, contact! Dylan Gennaro makes contact with Gunnar Bischoff, and they both run wide. Dylan Gennaro tried to get his way by over at turn 4. They're still battling into the tree turn. Bischoff gets on by. Another driver slides wide. Nick Trumbull went wide in the tree turn. And now Gennaro trying to close back up to Bischoff. Into turn number 4, Jade Hubert will look to the inside. She'll go by Paulie Massimino. Jade Hubert up to P2, and Massimino goes back. A hard move over in turn 5. Zachary Hollingshead now leads by 5 cart lengths. Coming up to the 2 lap to go signal, Zachary Hollingshead takes a look over his shoulder. No pressure for the number 256 of Zachary Hollingshead down the front straightaway. Gray Ledbetter still runs in the 4th spot. She's actually worked her way ahead of Caleb Bacon. Gunnar Bischoff really fighting hard to keep Dylan Gennaro behind him. And Gennaro and Bischoff made contact in turn 4. I'm sure they both are a little frustrated. This time, Gennaro to the inside will throw it hard down, and he'll get by Gunnar Bischoff in 4. That separation may have been all Zachary Hollingshead needed. What a day it is coming to be here, and the picture beginning to align for the number 256. Another look over his shoulder. Still no ground made up by Paulie Massimino or Jade Hubert. Into turn number 4, Hubert up to the bumper of Massimino. Still no move yet as she remains behind the top car driver. A half lap remains though, and our focus will be on your leader, as it should. Zachary Hollingshead has been Mr. Consistency in the 2017 winter season, and out of the final turn, it will begin to start to pay off. He wins heat number 2. Massimino 2nd, Hubert 3rd, Ledbetter 4th, Bacon 5th, Gennaro 6th, Bischoff 7th, Wharf in 8th, Matthew Mockabee finishes in 9th. I believe Nick Trumbull should round out the top 10. We've got a short break now in the schedule. We'll come back at 2:30 in 20 minutes. Actually, a little before that, probably around 2:25, with opening ceremonies before the LO206 main event kicks off our round of finals. So Corey Tolles will bring the field down nice and slow into the showcase to get set for their main event here. Again, we're set to end right around 4:45 this afternoon with the Mini Swift division beginning at a slightly earlier time along with the rest of the IAME classes. Out of the final turn, Corey Tolles, again alongside James Vanderzee, will bring the field down. Hunter Fox and Jorge Ruiz will start on row number 2. As we look to go racing here, no green on the first attempt. A little bit of confusion before we got that one underway. So we're going to wave the field around and we'll try it again here for LO206 Senior. So this time we'll look to give them the green once again. Corey Tolles, James Vanderzee, nice and together. Green flag in the air. We're racing here at the Ocala Grand Prix. 2x2 down to turn 1. Jorge Ruiz slots in line on the bottom. He'll actually be able to go by Vanderzee. James Vanderzee getting slowed down a little bit off the start. Still trying to hold the outside to turn number 3 and 4. He'll lose a couple of positions. James Vanderzee back and forth. Now with Ryan Rogers out of turn number 5. That's allowed Hunter Fox and Corey Tolles to get away already. And Fox, after having to start last in heat number 1 and kind of being trapped back there, he's up to second to start the main event. And he's only a cart length away from the Comet Eagle of Corey Tolles down the front straightaway. Vanderzee now works his way back up to third. At this point, he's already lost the draft of your top 2, and that could be the death sentence or the nail in the coffin for James Vanderzee's hopes of taking a final victory here in Ocala. 20 laps, the distance here for all classes except for the Vulture Racing Engines Pro IAME Junior and Kart Sport North America Pro IAME Seniors. They have an additional 2 here this afternoon, so 20 laps in the schedule for today, and 2 now complete here for LO206 Senior. James Vanderzee's now pulled away from Jorge Ruiz, who has also pulled away from Nick Hall and Ryan Rogers. So he was about 4/10 quicker that time by than the number 12 and 6, the 2 TB carts. Still evenly matched at the moment as they try to hook back up and close that gap before Ruiz can pull out of draft. Vanderzee has definitely pulled himself out of any kind of drafting distance to 4th place. Jorge Ruiz, but he is still a good ways back from the top 2. Last time by, Hunter Fox was only a 10th slower than Corey Tolles. This time, again, just about a 10th off. As he crossed the line, a 3-cart gap now forms with Tolles hitting his best lap of the race once again. 4 laps complete now, 16 to go in the LO206 Senior main event. Allison Racing Engines Yamaha Sportsman's on the grid. That class has been very exciting this afternoon, to say the least, and in the morning as well, with Logan Adams sweeping both heat races, and he'll look to start from the pole and finish there for our main event. A clean sweep on the day's action for Logan Adams could be in the works, but he's got quite a few fast drivers that will be looking to knock him off, including the likes of William Robusto, Mateo Rubio Luengo, Garrett Adams, and Sam Hines, and more, as that field again is gritting up right now to get set. They are our second class on the running order for the afternoon. Ryan Rogers has definitely lost touch with 5th place Nick Hall. Hall actually was able to dig deep, find a little more speed, and close up to Jorge Ruiz. So now we do have a bit of a battle for the 4th spot, but they're still just a good ways off the podium, as James Vanderzee has a near 2-second advantage back to Jorge Ruiz in the 51. And it is growing lap by lap. Last time by, Ruiz was at 4/10 difference up to the number 93. Hunter Fox also losing a little time, just slowly but surely, to Corey Tolles, who pulled away another 1/10 of a second last time by. I don't know if anyone has anything right now for the number 04, Corey Tolles, in the Team Felon stickered Comet Eagle entry. Exits the tree turn, and Hunter Fox knows now is go time, at least as good of a go time as any, because he is starting to lose touch with Tolles. Hunter Fox right now the only driver, it appears, that might be able to challenge the driver of the 04. But with 7 laps complete here, it is still all Corey Tolles town. Another 2.5 hundredths over Fox, although James Vanderzee went a 1/10.5 quicker than both drivers last time by on his own. At this point, not too much action right now, just a bit of rubber banding in terms of track position, because we're seeing the battles either start to lengthen or close together. Nick Hall and Jorge Ruiz battling for 4th might be the only challenge you will see on the racetrack as we approach the halfway point here in the final. Hunter Fox is still just sort of hanging on to Corey Tolles at the moment, just barely. He's a half second back and still losing just a little bit every single lap. Last time by was about 1/100th, just enough to lose a little bit of ground and slowly put himself outside of the draft. James Vanderzee running alone is running lap times comparable to the leaders at a 43.23, but he's 3.5 seconds back with 9 laps remaining. He'd need quite a bit more per lap gaining and not just holding even to your top two to have a chance at running down Corey Tolles or even Hunter Fox. Now that could change if Fox falls out of the draft and significantly slows down, but I'm not sure if that'll happen as the field comes on by. Another lap complete, this time by 8 laps to go. Next time it'll be 7, and the lap's just clicking off here for Corey Tolles. No issues whatsoever, no real challenge for the driver of the 0-4. He hasn't seen much of a challenge period here this weekend. Vanderzee's been close. Again, Hunter Fox is still within a second, and he's not too far back, but he's just not been enough to actually really put the pressure on Corey Tolles. With that said, tomorrow is a brand new race day. There's still quite a bit of time this weekend to try and find a little more and run down the 0-4 of Corey Tolles, but he'll be tuning away at his machine to find more speed just as much as everyone else in the pack. Once again, a beautiful day here in Ocala for the Ocala Grand Prix. As I mentioned, just barely any clouds in the sky earlier. It's been sunny all day. It's a little bit warm, but we do have the Florida breeze throughout, and it's not too humid as well, so it's not terrible overall, and it's definitely a whole lot of different and much worse weather combinations we could be having right now. So we're very happy to have what we've got. We're happy, of course, to have everyone here in the paddock with us racing at the WKA Winter Cup, including our 6 LO206 senior drivers on the racetrack. Hunter Fox has definitely lost touch with Corey Tolles, and he's slipping backwards, potentially into the grasp of James Vanderzee. Still quite a bit of racing remains here. We are more than 5 laps out from the checkered flag. As we look back to fourth, it is Jorge Ruiz, and I don't know where Nick Hall is. The number 6 cart may have had an issue earlier on because he is not at all within sight of me. Two laps to go, given to your race leader, Corey Tolles. What a season it has been for the driver in the number 04 for the WKA Winter Cup. For the second year in a row, he is poised to take the LO206 Senior Championship, and with the adjusted point structure for this season, moving from 2 drops to 1, I believe he still should be able to clinch the title with his win today and not have to worry about tomorrow, except from simply not getting an unsportsmanlike DQ that could potentially be a forced 0-point finish. So regardless of that, it looks like the white flag will fly, and it should be not only a race win for Corey Tolles, but potentially clinching that WKA Winter Cup title. Hunter Fox is close. James Vanderzee has been fast today as well. He still is fast here in the final, just unfortunately did not get through traffic as quick as he would have needed to off the start by being shuffled backwards and losing touch with the leader by the time that he had gotten to the front of the group. As the field heads through the back section for the final time and out of the tree turn into the showcase, Corey Tolles, the Floridian, has all 3 races of the Winter Cup in his state, and he will win at all 3 tracks. Corey Tolles wins his 5th consecutive final. Hunter Fox will finish 2nd. James Vanderzee finishes 3rd. Jorge Ruiz will come across to finish in 4th. And Ryan Rogers will finish P5. Nick Hall P6. Next up, the Allison Racing Engines Yamaha Sportsman Division will take to the racetrack. So Allison Racing Engines Yamaha Sportsman rounding the final turn is all gridded up. Logan Adams, Mateo Rubio Luengo, your front row. And as they come onto the front straightaway, it is a nice looking start. An early jump onto the power, but we'll give them the green. Green flag down to turn number 1. Rubio Luengo on the outside is going to find a place in line about 4th or 5th. As he slips backward, Logan Adams getting out to the early lead. Sam Hines going into 2nd. That might be Bryson Morris in 3rd. We'll confirm in a moment as the field heads through turn 5. So Bryson Morris with his best start of the weekend to P3 on the Margay Cadet entry. Then in 4th, it is going to be Nathan Nicholson. 5th, Garrett Adams. 6th, Will Robusto. 7th, Mateo Rubio Luengo, going from 2nd all the way to last at the end of lap number 1. Adams now going to get some help from Will Robusto as Nathan Nicholson throws a pretty gnarly block down to turn number 1 to hold him back. And now it's a 3-cart battle up front beginning to break away with Adams, Hines, and then Morris. Garrett Adams finally gets by Nicholson over at turn 5. Whoa, Mateo Rubio Luengo way wide out of turn number 6 as he goes toe-to-toe with William Robusto. Both drivers a good ways back as they head over to the showcase. And down the front stretch, your leader, Logan Adams and Sam Hines running second, have now begun to gap away from Bryson Morris. Morris slipping now to backwards will give some drafting help to Garrett Adams to close up. Adams trying to bring Nathan Nicholson with him, but it's a two-car battle up front, and the Comet Racing team entries of Logan Adams and Sam Hines lead the way. They have a decent margin back to third place. Morris now in fourth place, Garrett Adams. Fifth place still is Nathan Nicholson, who has picked up quite a bit of speed here this afternoon. He's closed the gap lap time-wise and is able to keep William Robusto and Mateo Rubio Luengo behind him. As I say that, William Robusto will make a move to the inside in turn 1. He'll go up onto the curbing and complete the pass. Move William Robusto into the top 5. Nicholson down to 6th. Now Mateo Rubio Luengo sets his sights on the number 56 Tony Kart entry. Garrett Adams has closed up here to Bryson Morris all the way to the bumper now as they go over to turn number 5. But they're a good ways back from your leaders as there goes Adams down the inside in 6th. A good move by Garrett Adams over in the nearly flat out turn number 6 here in Yamaha Sportsman. Bryson Morris now runs 4th. Will Robusto 5th. Mateo Rubio Luengo has climbed forward into 6th. But he's still a ways back from the drivers in front of him. No pressure here for Logan Adams or Sam Hines at the moment, but Garrett Adams is starting to roll. Behind him, Bryson Morris is caught in the draft and has not really slipped too far backward. And he's bringing Will Robusto forward with the draft he can give to the 22. Down the front stretch here, Will Robusto now making his move back in the showcase, was able to get by Bryson Morris. Morris tried to go back to the inside over at turn number 4, turn number 1, but could not get it done for 4th. And Will Robusto can now close up even a little bit more to Garrett Adams' rear bumper and try and push him forward towards the top 2. They're quite a while back from second place Sam Hines, but Hines is actually losing a little bit of ground to Logan Adams. We still have 12 laps remaining here this time by. If Garrett Adams and William Robusto can get hooked up, there is a potential for them to catch the top 2. But last time, Robusto with the pass hit a 41.77, but he's also in the draft. Logan Adams is not, and he hit a 41.81. Logan Adams just doing everything he needs to right now with 8 laps under his belt and more coming his way. He has led the majority of the laps so far today. as they exit turn number 7 and head towards the showcase. Just a 2-car buffer between Adams and Hines as they exit and head towards the front straightaway. No pressure for Logan Adams. He is flawless at the moment. No problems. Back behind him in 5th, Mateo Rubio Luengo goes by Bryson Morris, and now Will Robusto goes by Garrett Adams. Move Robusto up to P3. Garrett Adams back down to 4th, and Mateo Rubio Luengo's slow charge to the field is working as well. Still a 2+ second advantage from first back to 3rd, and it might get even more this lap after the pass by Robusto. Garrett Adams going to try and work with him. He'll push Robusto into the showcase and see if in the next 10 laps he can get him a little bit closer to your leaders. Sam Hines also got a good run out of turn 9. He'll give a bump draft to Logan Adams down the front straightaway. So Logan Adams and Sam Hines through turns 2 and 3 are still nose to tail, and if anything, a little bit closer than they've been the past couple of laps around. Behind him, Will Robusto has Garrett Adams just glued to the rear bumper of the comp card and pushing him through the hairpin section all the way onto the showcase and the front stretch. Out of turn 7, the tree turn, Logan Adams and Sam Hines have a kart length difference, but Hines will close that in the draft. Adams and Robusto are hooking up and leaving Mateo Rubio Luengo behind, who has finally gotten by Bryson Morris at least a couple of laps ago, but is still just too far back to follow them forward and even give them a little bit of help on the straightaways. Again, we are still just really monitoring the gap from first back to 3rd. At the moment, still, it's lengthening more than closing. Will Robusto lost about 0.2 that time by to Logan Adams, your race leader. Logan still holding Sam Hines at bay at about a 1/10 to 2/10 advantage between the two drivers. Hines has been very strong here in 2017, and he's been going toe-to-toe with the Adams brothers both back at Daytona, over in Jacksonville, and here in Ocala. But right now, the driver in control is Garrett Adams as he comes by the line. Another lap complete in the second half of the main event for the Allison Racing Engines Yamaha Sportsman class. 5 laps to go this time by for Logan Adams. Next up, it'll be the Comet Kart Sales Yamaha Junior Division before we go straight into our 4 IAME classes, beginning with the CRPRacing.com Mini Swift class. 4 laps to go for Logan Adams and Sam Hines. And Logan is really starting to turn on the afterburners. Sam Hines has actually lost more than double what the gap originally was just a few laps ago. And he's on the edge of losing the draft to really help close that gap back up to Logan Adams. It's been a dominating day for the Comet Racing Team driver, not without challenges, as he had to go toe-to-toe with Mateo Rubio Luengo in both heat races. But in both, he came out on top. Rubio Luengo had to start on the outside lane here for the final, and it's proved costly. He's lost quite a bit of ground. This time by, the double sticks will go in the air. 2 laps to go at the stripe for Logan Adams. Just clicking off laps. No pressure whatsoever here for the FA kart driver. The number 2 of Logan Adams has been up front all day. Will Robusto, Garrett Adams definitely giving it everything they have to try and close up to the top 2. It simply will not be enough, or at least not enough time left in the day, as 2 laps to go is now given. We are a lap and a half away from crowning an Allison Racing Engines Yamaha Sportsman winner. And right now, Logan Adams is in contention for a big national win. He was so close to snagging that elusive first national victory last year. Nearly got it done at home at Newcastle Motorsports Park. The Greenfield, Indiana native, though, here in Ocala has simply been unstoppable. He's running both the Pro Swift Sportsman and the Yamaha Sportsman division, and in both classes he has been out front contending for the lead and the win. White flag in the air now. Sam Hines definitely out of the draft. Garrett Adams realizing 1 lap remains. He'll go by Will Robusto down to turn number 1 for third. That battle for the final podium spot heading through turn 3. Mateo Rubio Luengo still left back in 5th. 6th should be Bryson Morris. 7th, Nathan Nicholson. But all eyes go now into the tree turn as Logan Adams rounds turn 7. He'll head for the showcase for the final time today. Allison Racing Engines Yamaha Sportsman was a barn burner in the heat races, but no pressure here in the final. Logan Adams stands ahead above the rest and wins the main event. Sam Hines will finish 2nd. Garrett Adams holds back a hard-charging William Robusto to finish in 3rd. Robusto 4th. Rubio Luengo 5th. Morris 6th. And Nicholson 7th. Comet Kart Sales Yamaha Jr. is now on the grid. And the CRPRacing.com Mini Swift class is at the back of the grid. So for Comet Racing Engines, Yamaha Jr., Jack Dorsey, and Matthew Mockabee make up the front row. We look for the green, and we will get it on the first try. Green flag down to turn one. Mockabee trying to swerve his way to the bottom of the racetrack. He'll get into third, but once again, Bryce Aaron slips by. Jack Dorsey leads your field through turn number 3. 20 laps once again, the distance here for the main events in all classes, except for Ultra Racing Engines Pro IAME Junior and Kartsport North America Pro IAME Senior. Here in the Comet Racing Engines Yamaha Junior class, Dorsey, Aaron, Mockabee, and Korth, your 4 drivers in the main group. And now it's becoming 2 once again up front as Bryce Aaron gets up to the bumper of Jack Dorsey and pushes him down the front straightaway. Bryce Aaron simply stuck behind Jack Dorsey the entire second heat race. Did not even make a single move for the lead as he followed his buddy around the racetrack and made sure he would have a solid finishing spot for the race. Now here for the main event, Dorsey and Aaron will once again probably try to get some separation from themselves back to Matthew Mockabee, who's been the only driver that can contend with the two of them, as Blake Korth still trying to dial in that FA card a little bit more. Matthew Mockabee still holding on to the top 2 here at Comet Racing Engines Yamaha Jr. As they head through turns 1, 2, and 3, he's actually just close enough to be able to get that hint to draft off Bryce Aaron. Unlike heat number 2, where he simply slipped backward until the leaders were already gone, Mockabee's tires coming in a little bit earlier, his cart coming in a little bit earlier, and now he's able to hold on to the top 2. Dorsey and Aaron still lead, but Mockabee now makes it a 3-kart train up front. He trails by just 2 kart lengths to Bryce Aaron in the Cosmic. Down the front stretch, the Kartcraft LLC bright blue and white chassis of Jack Dorsey continues to show the way in Yamaha Junior for the Comet Racing Engine sponsored class. He won the Comet Kart Sales Pole Award, and as he heads through turns 2 and 3 once again at Ocala Grand Prix, he's got a comfort in his mind as he knows he's got his teammate Bryce Aaron sticking right behind him, not planning on making a move probably until the final circuit. With that, it's really not nearly as necessary to have such a long distance as we ended up with such a smaller kart count for the division. This race could have been done in a 5 or 10 lap heat as they aren't going to be too aggressive off the start, but we probably still wouldn't see any battling for the last 2 or 3 laps at best. Bryce Aaron still pushing Jack Dorsey, and they're holding that little buffer from themselves back to Matthew Mockabee at the moment. No big pressure there, but it is 8 laps complete, 12 laps to go. Plenty of time for the number 6 of Matthew Mockabee to find a little more speed, a little extra feather in the cap to close up to the top 2 and get by them. In fact, this time through the hairpins, he's gotten closer than he's been the majority of this session. He's only a kart length back from Aaron now down to the showcase. Bryce Aaron trying to still push with Jack Dorsey, but Matthew Mockabee is there. He's a half kart length back down the front straightaway. Matthew Mockabee might be the only driver to make it interesting here in Yamaha Junior, at least until the final circuit. Into turn 4, no move yet from Mockabee. Through 5, still it is single file, and Dorsey leads. The cross flags will be given this time. Halfway in and halfway home for the main event in the Comet Racing Engines Yamaha Junior class. CRPRacing.com Mini Swift is on the grid. Once again, they will immediately follow the Yamaha Junior race presented by Comet Racing Engines, which is currently on the racetrack. The top 3 starting to really spread out this time by. Matthew Mockabee's dropped back, almost in danger of losing touch with your leaders, Jack Dorsey and Blake Aaron. As they head through turn number 3, Dorsey's actually still having to deal with Aaron on his bumper, but Mockabee's lost touch completely with the top 2. Already into the second half of the main event for Yamaha Junior. Once again, our CRPRacing.com Mini Swift class is immediately going to follow this main event. And then we'll have our IAME USA East Pro Swift Sportsman Division to go directly after the Mini Swifts and on through to potentially end our day even a little bit earlier. Unfortunately for Matthew Mockabee, he can't really count on any kind of battling for the lead because Bryce Aaron has proven in the heat races especially that he may even just sit behind Jack Dorsey all the way to the checkered flag. Now, I don't think that'll happen here for the final as we get the 5 lap to go mark now, but Aaron will definitely wait until the last possible moment to try and make his bid for the lead. At least that's the strategy he's held here since the end of Jacksonville. Jack Dorsey, on the other hand, is perfectly fine leading, so he'll stay out in front as they head into the tree turn with 4.5 laps remaining in the Comet Racing Engine's Yamaha Junior class. CRPRacing.com mini swifts on the grid, and 3 exciting IAME classes will continue our race day and main events here at the WKA Winter Cup finale. 4 laps to go for Jack Dorsey and Bryce Aaron. They've pulled nearly a 2-second gap back to Matthew Mockabee, who unfortunately has just been left behind by the 2 Kartgraph drivers. As they exit turn number 5 with 3.5 to go, Aaron just a kart length back and holding that buffer and sometimes closing all the way to the bumper onto the straightaways, but no attempt for the lead. He still sits second as Dorsey will hook that kart down on the white line through the showcase and come to see 3 laps to go this time by. The beautiful day and sunshine here in Ocala is continuing and is scheduled to continue tomorrow as well. Remember, tomorrow afternoon we begin at 8:30 a.m., so make sure you're here at the same time as today. We'll have our church service tomorrow morning over by the WK trailer area. I believe we'll confirm on that in a moment. But as we switch gears back to the back to the Yamaha Junior final as the field heads through turns 1 and 2. It is 2 laps to go. Through turn number 4, Dorsey and Aaron, your leaders, and Aaron is still too far back to make a move. Jack Dorsey only with 1.25 laps remaining as around the tree turn. The white flag will fly this time by. 1 lap to go for Yamaha Junior, and Jack Dorsey coming out of the showcase just has 1 more lap to continue a perfect day. He has not seen any position but the lead from the drop of the green flag in heat number 1. And Bryce Aaron, on the other hand, has not gone any higher than second. But now a good run through turn 3 puts him close. Into turn number 4, he'll stick in line. Over to turn 5, Dorsey leads still. No move yet from Aaron. Into the tree turn, a kart length advantage for Jack Dorsey. Did Bryce Aaron wait too long? He might have. Jack Dorsey leads onto the backstretch for the final time. Aaron tries to hop in the seat. It will not be enough. Out of turn number 9, Jack Dorsey wins in Yamaha Junior. Bryce Aaron finishes second, Matthew Mockabee third, and Blake Korth finishes fourth in the Comet Racing Engine's Yamaha Junior class. Next up, the CRPRacing.com mini Swift drivers, which are gridded up, ready to go, and about to hit the racetrack. A last call for any drivers lagging a little bit behind. CRPRacing.com mini Swift is on the grid. They're going to say call it. I'm about to call it. Oh! So as the CRPRacing.com Mini Swift class is getting ready to roll out while we have this quick time, we do want to remind everyone that as soon as your class is clear tech, which I believe the first two have, the Allison Racing Engines Yamaha Sportsman class and the LO206 Senior Division, as soon as your class clears tech, you can head over to the WKA registration trailer, the big red trailer behind the tech area, in between the grid and scales, and pick up your trophy. Again, as soon as your class clears tech and becomes official, you can go over to the WKA bright red trailer and pick up your trophy here before podium presentations, because that'll solely be using the trophies for the final class. So for CRPRacing.com Mini Swift, it is Mateo Verdubiel-Luengo and Christian Miles on the front row. The Bennett Gard driver, after running up front in the Allison Racing Engines Yamaha Sportsman class today, ended up with a not-so-solid finish, at least for what his standards may have been. Still a great debut on the chassis, and he's leading your field to the green in CRPRacing.com Mini Swift. Christian Miles for Kart Sport North America joins him on the front row as his championship hunt continues here, trying to get a second place or even a win Green flag in the air. We're underway. A big jump for Christian Miles. He'll nose ahead down to turn number 1 and actually slot into second. Sam Corey goes with him to third. The Kart Sport North America teammates working together off the start. Corey now will defend a little bit to turn number 4, and it is mayhem behind them 2 by 2 down to turn number 5. Sophia Dorrego escapes the fray into 4th. She'll lose that spot to Sebastian NG, and the Nitro Kart teammates now go bumper to bumper over to the showcase. Christian Miles closes up to the rear end of Mateo Rubio Luengo. He'll go right to the bumper and push him down the front straightaway to get some separation from the rest of the field. That leaves Sam Corey all alone in 3rd, a little bit back from the top 2. But he'll close that up with a great run through turn 3. Now down the inside in turn 4. Christian Miles to the lead. Sam Corey to 2nd, but he'll lose that in 5 as Rubio Luengo goes back by. Mateo Rubio Luengo and Sam Corey continue to duel into the tree turn. Christian Miles now gets about a 5 to 6 kart length advantage. A good lead here at the end of lap number 2 for Christian Miles, and the OK1 driver leads down the front straightaway. Mateo Rubio Luengo, Sam Corey runs 2nd and 3rd. Sebastian NG, Sophia Dorrego 4th and 5th. As the field heads through turn number 3, Rubio Luengo brings Corey with a good run, and he'll close that gap up to Christian Miles. He cuts it in half here in half a lap, and into the tree turn, it's now down to just 2 kart lengths. Behind the top 3, Sebastian NG has pulled away from Sophia Dorrego. She runs just ahead of Bryce Sanders in the number 15 Nitro Kart, and Caleb Gaffera running 7th. Down the front stretch, here comes Rubio Luengo. Mateo Rubio Luengo through to the lead. Christian Miles down to 2nd. Sam Corey in 3rd. Corey just still holding on to the draft. He's been a breakout star this weekend, somewhat of an underdog coming into the WKA Winter Cup. The North Carolina local here making a full national season, or at least that's in the plans here for 2017. And he runs 3rd, closing up once again to the leaders. Out of the showcase, Mateo Rubio Luengo and Christian Miles are nose to tail, and Miles will now try to push Rubio Luengo away once again from Sam Corey. Through turn number 3, Corey will close a little bit, but not too much. It's a 4-kart gap through the hairpin section, and it'll grow when they get up to the higher speed straightaways. Behind them, Sophia Dorrego has been sort of rubber banding back and forth from up to the bumper of Sebastian NG to near the front bumper of Caleb Gaffera. Gaffera's worked his way past Bryce Sanders, who runs in the 7th spot. 8th is Ben Mayer. 9th is Jorge Ortiz. I'm not sure who we have in 10th, but we'll confirm that in a moment. 10th looks to be Danny Dzelski. Correction, Dzelski bumped all the way down to the 13th position as he was running at 9th the previous time. The 10th place driver is going to be Lucas Zabo in the number 91 Bennett entry. Zabo was the driver who didn't get to turn a single lap in qualifying, as after his outlap was completed, his car broke down halfway through his first full speed time, exiting turn number 8. The Bennett driver from the Northeast is now inside the top 10, and while he is still a long way from any karts in front, a solid run for the number 91 of Lucas Zabo. It looks like we're getting a furled black flag to the number 93 of Raiden Nickel, potentially, or at least one of those drivers in that last pack of 3 that just crossed the line. If not Nickel, then it might have been Danny Dzelski in the number 8. It looked like it could have been an 8 on the board. Regardless, we race on here as the leaders exit the turn number 9 complex. It is Mateo Rubio Luengo leading and Christian Miles in second. Miles just pushing Rubio Luengo away from Sam Corey to keep that two-card battle at just 2 and try and eliminate the outside threat of Sam Corey to try and play spoiler. Sebastian NG, Sofia Dorego still run 4th and 5th, ahead of Caleb Gaffera in 6th, and Bryce Sanders in 7th. Ben Mayer in 8th, and a big gap back to Jorge Ortiz in 9th. Still a good battle back for 13th as Danny Dzelski powers on by Raiden Nickel. They go back and forth in the 3-cart train down the front stretch, and Nickel will push him down to turn number 1. Mateo Rubio Luengo actually pulled away a little bit from second place Christian Miles that time, but he's still defending just enough. It'll bring Miles close as they head down to turn number 4. Rubio Luengo's definitely been the driver to beat through practice day, but Christian Miles stepped up his game here on Saturday, the first of 2 race days for the Winter Cup finale. And Miles and Rubio Luengo traded the lead multiple times in heat number 1. Heat 2 was all Mateo Rubio Luengo, and here in the final, it has been back and forth between the two. Miles having a look to the inside down the front stretch, but he won't make the move there, and so they'll stay first and second in that order. Crossed flags being given to the rest of the field as they cross the line as well. 10 laps complete, 10 laps to go for the 20-lap main event in CRPRacing.com Mini Swift. IAME USA East Pro Swift Sportsman's down on the grid, and they'll get set to go racing as soon as the checker flies in Mini Swift. Vulture Racing Engines Pro IAME Junior is at the back of the grid as well, and then we'll have our Kart Sport North America Pro IAME Senior class. Eight and a half laps to go for Mateo Rubio Luengo and Christian Miles. It's a 2-second difference. Back to third place, Sam Corey. Another three and a half from Corey back to fourth place, Sebastian NG, and fifth place, Sofia Dorego. They've gapped away from Caleb Gaffera, and behind Gaffera is Ben Mayer as he's also pulled away from Bryce Sanders. Now just 7 laps to go here for Rubio Luengo and Christian Miles. Both drivers have put on quite the show here this weekend, but now it's simply a chess match, a high-speed chess match at that, for the CRPRacing.com Mini Swift main event win. 6 laps to go as they cross the stripe, and it probably will not have too much action until we get down to the final couple. Down to turn 1, Rubio Luengo will defend, but there's not much of a need just yet, as Miles follows him all the way down and simply is trying to continue to push and remain right on the rear of the number 6 Bennick. Rubio Loengo actually went a little bit wide through the tree turn. Miles looked like he may have stuck a nose down the inside coming through it, but he's backed out and remains second as we get the 5 lap to go mark now. 5 more times around the Ocala Grand Prix for the CRPRacing.com Mini Swift class. IAME USA East Pro Swift Sportsman is on the grid in less than 5 minutes. We'll be going green with that division, the biggest class on the weekend, 8 to 12 years old in that one, as we have 7 to 10 here in the Mini Swift class. Wilshire Racing Engines Pro IAME Junior, ages 12 to 15, will follow the Pro Swift Sportsman division, and the Kart Sport North America Pro IAME Senior class, ages 15 and over, will be our closer on the afternoon. Three laps to go. Mateo Rubio Luengo still leads. Christian Miles running second. Miles with a big run. We'll just give him another bump down to turn number 1. So less than 3 laps to go. The double sticks will come out this time by 2 laps to go at the stripe for Mateo Rubio Luengo and Christian Miles. The rest of the field have not really traded spots whatsoever here in the closing laps. Jorge Ortiz still runs 9th. Lucas Zabo 10th, Julian DaCosta 11th, Danny Dzelski 12th, Braden Nickel 13th, 14th Carson Walters, and 15th Adam Brickley. For whatever the reason may have been for the Energy Kart driver, not a single lap unfortunately completed here in the final. But with 2 laps to go, Rubio Luengo now has to put on some masterful defensive driving to keep Christian Miles behind him. Kart Sport North America versus DCT Speed Sport and Bennett Kart through turn number 4. Rubio Luengo still leads, and it has been nothing but him. He's led the most laps all race. Miles has definitely taken a couple turns at the lead, both in the final and this weekend, but he has sat behind Rubio Luengo, who's wanted to lead the way up until the final lap. Coming out of the showcase, 1 lap to go in CRPRacing.com Mini Swift. Rubio Luengo goes down to the grass. He'll hold the bottom. Christian Miles closes up to the rear bumper, and they are nose to tail through turns 2 and 3. Into turn number 4, the first of the back hairpins. Rubio Luengo moves to the bottom to hold off Miles still not close enough to make a pass. Out of turn 5 through 6 and 7, Miles falling backwards. Christian Miles struggling on the final lap. This is not what he needed to challenge. And now Mateo Rubio Luengo leads into the showcase. He'll take his normal line out of the final turn. Mateo Rubio Luengo wins the final in Mini Swift. Christian Miles finishes second after waiting the whole race to battle, just as what we saw in the race beforehand with Jack Dorsey and Bryce Aaron. He simply did not have the speed on the final circuit to challenge, and when you bank only off 1 lap, you've got to be absolutely perfect on that final lap to give yourself the opportunity to pass. Outside of that, Miles did play it smart, and it was a good point stay here for Christian Miles as he closed up that margin to Caleb Gaffera, your championship leader coming into the weekend. Just 3 classes remain here in racing for the first of 2 official racing days here for the WKA Winter Cup finale in Ocala. The next one is going to be exciting. It is our biggest class on the ticket. 18 drivers, IAME USA East Pro Swift Sportsman, which had probably the most exciting session of the day with heat number 1 for the division, featuring, I believe, maybe 5 or 6 different leaders, maybe more. And we expect that great racing to continue here in the main event. At least we hope so, because it's normally a rarity when you have such more so down played kart races. It's very rare you don't find a fantastic battle all the way to the checker in karting, and we expect that to be even higher of a odd to happen here with the Pro Swift Sportsman Division and for the Vulture Racing Engines Pro IAME Junior class, which had the top 6 drivers qualify within a tenth of a second. Following that, we'll have our 2 entries for the Kart Sport North America Pro IAME Senior compete. They've sat out the majority of the day to save their equipment here for the finals, so fresh tires will be for Abby McLaughlin and Brandon Jarsakrak as they will conclude our afternoon. Allison Racing Engines Yamaha Sportsman and Comet Racing Engines Yamaha Junior have both cleared post-race tech inspection. Our first 3 classes, Yamaha Junior, Yamaha Sportsman, and LO206 Senior. You can all go ahead and pick up your trophies now from the WKA registration trailer located right behind the tech area. Jeremy Fletcher swept the heats in IAME USA East Pro Swift Sportsman, but not without quite a bit of challenges. Logan Adams will start, I believe, alongside him on the front row, as the Comet Racing Team driver came away with 2 second-place finishes in the heats. Row number 2 will find Anderson Leonard and the FA kart of, I believe, Sam Hines. Row 3 should see Garrett Adams alongside Brent Cruz. Row 4, Ashton Chilton, Isaac Beekman. The field going to round the final turn and come bumper to bumper to the start-finish line to go racing. 18 drivers, IAME USA East, Pro Swift Sportsman going to come into the tram lanes, nice and slow. Jeremy Fletcher, Logan Adams, too fast on lap number 1, and we're going to wave that one off. So no green for the IAME USA East Pro Swift Sportsman Division. IAME USA East Pro Swift Sportsman Jeremy Fletcher, Logan Adams will try to bring your field to the green once again as they round the showcase and come nicely formed. We look for the green, attempt number 2, a fast start, green flag in the air. Logan Adams just trying to get down. He might get shoved 3 wide. He'll lose 1, maybe 2, 1 spot at least as they go through turns 2 and 3. Everyone's still clean. 1 driver off the racetrack, actually. That might have been Granger Para, who went wide. A couple kicking up dirt out of turn number 3. We stay green here. Single file. Your race leader is Jeremy Fletcher into turn number 7. Sam Hines runs second. Third will be Logan Adams. Fourth, Garrett Adams. Comet Racing Team 2, 3, and 4. P5 will be Ashton Chilton's Nitro Kart. P6 now, after a position change, should be Anderson Leonard in the Bennick. 7th, Nikita Johnson, although he'll go to the bottom. Here comes Isaac Beekman around the outside of Nikita Johnson to turn number 1. A great move for Isaac Beekman to move closer to the top 5 as we see Logan Adams all over the bumper of Sam Hines for second. Garrett Adams losing a little bit of ground here in the 4th spot as Fletcher leads them into the tree turn. Jeremy Fletcher here, representing Team Ocala Grand Prix in the IAME USA East Pro Swift Sportsman Division. Leads onto the front stretch. Hines onto the bumper, will push him down to turn 1. Logan Adams still P2, Garrett Adams P3. Battle for 4th. Ashton Chilton just squeezing on by Anderson Leonard. Leonard runs right behind him. He's also got what looks to be Isaac Beekman looking for a way past in the comp cart. And then it'll be Nikita Johnson. Lucas Rodriguez runs behind that group. And Brent Cruz is a little bit farther back in a big battle. One driver shoved way off the racetrack over at turn 6. That'll be one of the FA carts that might have been Bryson Morris. I'm not sure. Either way, it's a 4-cart battle up front as Anderson Leonard and Ashton Chilton continue to battle for 4th. A big gap up to the lead train. And it's Jeremy Fletcher being the Pied Piper so far. Through turn 4, no changes inside your main pack. A little gap back to Leonard and Chilton in 4th and 5th. 6th, Isaac Beekman. 7th, Nikita Johnson. 8th, Lucas Rodriguez. No battle there just yet. Granger Para runs in the 9th spot. 10th is Tyler Wettengel. That might have actually been Brent Cruz who went off the racetrack at turn 1. He runs in the 11th spot. Into turn number 1. Logan Adams to the inside of Sam Hines. He'll go by into 2nd. Hines down to 3rd. Your leader is still Jeremy Fletcher over to turn number 4. This is exactly what Anderson Leonard, Ashton Chilton, and Isaac Beekman want to see. Battling inside the top 4. Logan Adams trying to work his way forward. He's onto the bumper of Fletcher through the tree turn. Down to the showcase. Adams still going to push him through turn number 9. Jeremy Fletcher will come by. He'll lead another lap. No pressure yet for OGP's Jeremy Fletcher as Logan Adams has yet to show his hand for the lead. In fact, he's trying to push Fletcher maybe a little bit away from Sam Hines and Garrett Adams to make a 2-cart battle up front. Anderson Leonard, Ashton Chilton, Isaac Beekman are all spaced out a little bit, but they still look to be possibly reeling in the top 4. Logan Adams taking a look over his shoulder will push Jeremy Fletcher down to turn number 1. He'll make sure they get some more separation and continue to try and grow that gap. Down to turn 1. Again, Fletcher still getting a big bump draft from Logan Adams. Adams just following him around the Ocala Grand Prix. And that's halted the progress so far for Anderson Leonard and Ashton Chilton. They are still making up a little ground as Chilton goes back and forth with Isaac Beekman for 5th. 6th. Beekman actually went by over at turn 4, and Chilton had to fight back in 5. And that's cost him a little time up to the back of Anderson Leonard. Back in 7th, it's Lucas Rodriguez as he and Granger Para have both gone by Nikita Johnson. Then behind Nikita Johnson, it will be the Nitro cart of Brent Cruz running in 10th. 11th will be Tyler Wettengel. 12th, Hunter Yaney. And the rest of the field comes on by the start-finish line. Jeremy Fletcher, your leader, but he may have lost it. Actually, Fletcher now down to 2nd. He just missed the pass for the lead. Logan Adams now takes the point for the first time here in the final. Logan Adams, your leader. Jeremy Fletcher, 2nd. Sam Hines in 3rd. Garrett Adams in 4th as they exit the showcase. Logan Adams leading. Jeremy Fletcher now going to push him around OGP. So the roles reverse. Fletcher not going to fight him just yet. And Logan Adams leads another lap here. All the while, Anderson Leonard continues to try and close as the 181, maybe the only driver to add on to that four-cart pack. Ashton Chilton, Isaac Beekman, if anything, are losing a little ground to your leaders, and they both know it. Through the tree turn, Logan Adams will come to see the cross flags this time. 10 laps in, 10 laps to go for Logan Adams. Jeremy Fletcher coming across here in second. Sam Hines third, Garrett Adams fourth. You could throw a blanket over him. All bumper to bumper down to turn one, as it looks like Ashton Chilton will go wide. He tried to go all the way to the grass to hold back Isaac Beekman, and Isaac Beekman crosses him over. A fantastic move by Isaac Beekman. Move the number 306 comp cart to P6. That puts Ashton Chilton down to 7th. 8th is Lucas Rodriguez. 9th, Granger Parra. 10th, Nikita Johnson. 11th, Brent Cruz. All in a heated battle through the tree turn. Johnson gets his way by Granger Parra. Here comes Cruz to the bottom. Brent Cruz will go to the inside over in turn 9. Still not missing too much of the battle up front, as it just now reignited. Jeremy Fletcher with a great late move through turn 1. He'll go by Logan Adams. Adams down to 3rd. Sam Hines followed him through to 2nd. Hines ran a little wide out of turn 4, though, and now Logan Adams will look to charge back through. He's back exactly where he started. The same for Jeremy Fletcher, who leads into the tree turn. Anderson Leonard is not giving up. He is almost there. Here comes Logan Adams to the inside in the showcase. Garrett Adams goes through. Sam Hines will try to cross him over. He can't do it. Here comes Anderson Leonard to the bumper of the top 4. Sam Hines fights back again down to turn 1. He'll go back down the inside. Move Sam Hines into the 3rd spot. Garrett Adams down to 4th. Anderson Leonard has run down the leaders all on his own. Down the front straightaway, Sam Hines signals to Garrett Adams to work together. Garrett, you're not going to play by that. He'll go down the inside. Garrett Adams into 3rd. Sam Hines down to 4th. Here comes Ashton Chilton looking as well. The Bennick of Ashton Chilton moving forward. Again, he's on the bumper of Sam Hines and will probably find a way past in the next lap or so. He'll need to, because time is running out, and Logan Adams and Jeremy Fletcher are pulling away a little bit from the battle for 3rd. Anderson Leonard keeping his head down will get a good run onto the front straightaway. Still not enough to make that pass. The Bennick driver sits P5. Logan Adams all over the bumper of Jeremy Fletcher, trying to hold that gap back to big brother Garrett. But Garrett got a great run through turns 2 and 3. He's cut it down to just a cart length away from the top 2. After finally getting by Ashton Chilton, Isaac Beekman now may also have the chance to run down the leaders. Chilton's not too far back. If they battle enough, there is the potential for 6th and 7th to get involved. Here comes Anderson Leonard. He'll go down the inside in the showcase. Move Anderson Leonard up to 4th as he crosses the line. He'll signal to Sam Hines to work together down to turn 1. Hines will follow. Anderson Leonard is now in contention for a podium after trailing by nearly 2 seconds at the beginning. Meanwhile, the current podium holders, Garrett and Logan Adams, along with Jeremy Fletcher, are single file. They want to hold that back to Anderson Leonard, hold that gap, and as they go through the tree turn, the laps continuing to wind down. Jeremy Fletcher just running out the clock, the best of his ability, as the OGP driver leads another lap here at Ocala Grand Prix. Home turf, as I mentioned earlier, home track advantage for Jeremy Fletcher, and he's trying to take full advantage of it as he leads once again here in the IAME IAME USA East Pro Swift Sportsman Division. Out of turn 5, Fletcher Adams, along with Garrett Adams in third, has Anderson Leonard once again beginning to hunt them down. The Bennett cart runs fourth. He's pulled away a little bit from Sam Hines. Isaac Beekman still trying to charge forward. The comp cart driver is not terribly far back from Sam Hines, but he still needs a little bit more battling up front to get there. Through turn 1, Leonard cut the gap down again, a couple cart lengths to Garrett Adams, who's lost some ground to Logan Adams. Maybe a cart length or so, just a little bit. Gives a little bit of a stronger bit of draft to Anderson Leonard, and that will help pull him farther away from Sam Hines, who is still slipping backwards. The double sticks are going to come in the air this time by a 4-cart battle in IAME USA East Pro Swift Sportsman is about to get underway. Jeremy Fletcher leads. 2 laps to go in Pro Swift. Here comes Logan Adams up to the bumper down to turn 1. Garrett Adams has not been where he's wanted to be here this weekend the majority of every official session. Logan, on the other hand, has been consistently at the front in both Yamaha and IAME Sportsman divisions. Jeremy Fletcher solely focusing his efforts on the Pro Swift Sportsman class has been dominant today, winning both heat races, qualifying on the pole for the final, leading the most laps in the final, and now he is 1 lap away from a perfect score, a main event victory. White flag in the air. Fletcher to the bottom. He'll defend down to turn 1. Logan Adams trying to take a wider line will get a good run up to the bumper to turns 2 and 3. Fletcher will go to the bottom into turn number 4, maybe. I'm not sure if he really lost too much time. Now he'll really defend in turn 5. Logan Adams with a good run. Pulls closer into the tree turn. Fletcher goes to the bottom. He'll leave the door open, but still not enough time for Adams. One final chance into the showcase. Fletcher leads, and as we go for third, Leonard gets through, but Jeremy Fletcher wins at Ocala Grand Prix. Logan Adams finishes second. I believe Anderson Leonard's awesome drive will put him on the podium. He just barely edged out Garrett Adams at the line. A great run here for Anderson Leonard to continuously climb his way forward. He'll end the day with the fastest lap time. The hard charger, not off position, but just simply off time on the racetrack to fight his way onto the podium. The Bennett driver of Anderson Leonard finishes third. But what a day, what a drive it was for Team Ocala Grand Prix official driver Jeremy Fletcher to win both heat races and take home a main event victory, driving that last lap exactly how he needed to. Logan Adams, a strong finish in second after a great run this afternoon. A first and a second, not too bad for the Greenfield, Indiana native. 2 races remain. Another one should be equally exciting. The Vulture Racing Engines Pro IAME Junior Division is up next. "22 laps, the first of 2 lengthened main events here. This one, the Vulture Racing Engines Pro IAME Junior class. Jade Hubert, Zachary Hollingshead, Paulie Massimino, Caleb Bacon, Gunnar Bischoff, Dylan Gennaro, Isabella Robusto, Connor Ferris, and more. A ton of drivers with the speed that could win this one. It comes down to racecraft, positioning yourself where you can be the most advantageous, and most of all, a little bit of luck. Here with a field this close, you definitely need Lady Luck on your side. It has been on the side of Zachary Hollingshead, who has put himself exactly where he feels most comfortable to try and contend for the win, and he took both heat race wins, leading on the final lap. Now, Jade Hubert is going to join him on the outside of row number 1, and the young lady has made big progress, as I've mentioned here, over the past 2 months, teaming up with Ocala Grand Prix, running at the front and contending for her first big victory. The same can be said for Zachary Hollingshead, trying to get a big breakthrough win. He's been so close for the past few months here, running up front. He's seen Dylan Gennaro in the same fashion, run up front consistently, lap after lap, race after race. Hollingshead will lead him, but it will be way too fast. And so we wave off attempt number 1. Rounding the showcase, we'll get set for another day of action here at the Ocala Grand Prix tomorrow after these last 2 races are complete, but this one should be exciting. A fast start again, gets the green this time. Jade Hubert gets caught sleeping. She'll lose at least 2 spots off the green. Slotting into 4th, I believe, on the racetrack, just ahead of Verde Speed Resources. Tony Kart driver Gray Ledbetter. Down to turn 4, Hollingshead will block the first lap. Paulie Massimino to the outside, trying to cross him over. Will get hung on the outside. Oh, contact! One driver over top of Massimino. I believe that might have been Gunnar Bischoff. Gunnar Bischoff, or no, that's Caleb Bacon who went over top of Massimino. He's still going. Massimino, on the other hand, all the way at the tail end of the field. Now it is OGP 1, 2, and 3. Hollingshead leads. Dylan Gennaro with a phenomenal start to go to 2nd. Jade Hubert in 3rd. Gunnar Bischoff, I believe, is now in 4th. Caleb Bacon has dropped down to the 6th spot behind Gray Ledbetter in 5th. Caden Worf runs in 7th. Matthew Maccabee 8th. Connor Ferris 9th. But again, your eyes should be focused on this pack of 4 up front. These OGP drivers have cut each other no slack. Teammate or not, they have given 110% all weekend. And so has Gunnar Bischoff, who is one of the youngest drivers, one of the smaller drivers in the class. He has been going toe-to-toe. He and Dylan Gennaro had a little bit of contact, to say the very least, in heat number 2, and neither of them backed down. Gennaro, again, just turned 15 years old. He's one of the older drivers in the class, and potentially his final year of junior. Zachary Hollingshead is also up there in age. Jade Hubert, a little bit younger. She's one of the newer development drivers of the OGP operation. As the field exits the tree turn, we've spaced out everyone back from Dylan Gennaro, who, with some help from Jade Hubert initially, has closed up to the bumper of Zachary Hollingshead. Hollingshead versus Gennaro, a story those two have seen numerous times over the past year and a half. Zachary Hollingshead still leads them out of turn number 3. Dylan Gennaro down to a kart length back as they go through 4 and 5. Dylan Gennaro takes a look over his shoulder to see Jade Hubert in 3rd, still about 4 to 5 kart lengths back. As soon as he makes that move on Hollingshead, especially if it's a late dive. It should bring Hubert close, but not terribly close that she would be able to follow through on the counter move. Back for fourth, Caleb Bacon with a good move on Gunnar Bischoff. Went to the inside in turn one. Bacon in the Team Felon Racing Tony Kart entry has been the only driver speed-wise throughout yesterday that was consistently outdoing or at least matching the lap times of the Ocala Grand Prix teammates. Gunnar Bischoff's been very close, but he's not been close enough at least to battle for the win. He's been in the lead group, but just sort of hanging in the draft, at least from what it seems, as the 248 Velocity Academy drivers definitely been making some strides over this weekend. I'm really surprised Caleb Bacon didn't get any damage at all. I'm not sure if that chassis was bent, as we've got a change in the lead. Dylan Gennaro, Zachary Hollingshead back and forth through turn number 4. Gennaro looked like he may have tried to move over in 1, and Hollingshead was on the inside, Gennaro on the outside through 4. Zachary Hollingshead trying to hold Gennaro back. Through the showcase, no defensive driving yet. Here comes Jade Hubert up to the bumper. Now down the front stretch, Gennaro will push Hollingshead to give himself a little more gap before he tries to make another move for the lead. Now Dylan Gennaro back to the top spot over in turn 4. Zachary Hollingshead has to deal with Jade Hubert from behind into the tree turn. He'll hold her back for the moment. Here comes Caleb Bacon. Again, Dylan Gennaro back to the point. Zachary Hollingshead second. Hubert all over the bumper of Hollingshead down the front stretch, and Dylan Gennaro is looking to set sail. Here comes Hubert trying the inside. Hollingshead slams the door shut. No move there for Jade Hubert. Zachary Hollingshead holds on to second. All the while, Dylan Gennaro is still inching away. He's going to need someone to work together to run him down because he looks very fast right now. Dylan Gennaro into the tree turn will exit and lead by 4 kart lengths back to Zachary Hollingshead. Caleb Bacon, again, one of the other junior rookies moving up this year as he is running at the edge of that top 3 group. He's just a kart length back or so from Jade Hubert, who is still beating down the rear bumper of Zachary Hollingshead, knowing and impatiently waiting as she watches Dylan Gennaro begin to drive away. Dylan Gennaro was just 0.02 off the best lap time of the race last time. This time by, he'll go purple, 37.331. Dylan Gennaro, half a tenth quicker than Zachary Hollingshead, and the gap still pulls a little bit bigger. Zachary Hollingshead's now dealt with Jade Hubert for the moment. He holds on, and it has definitely pulled away a little bit from the number 221. Now he sets his sights once again, locked on target to the number 251 of Dylan Gennaro down the front straightaway. Zachary Hollingshead maybe closing in just a little bit now on Dylan Gennaro, who definitely started to come in earlier, at least start off a little better than Hollingshead. Zachary Hollingshead now just 4.5 karts back from Gennaro. Jade Hubert slipping backwards as Caleb Bacon looking for a way past pretty anxiously into 4. Bacon still not able to make that move on Hubert. Out of the tree turn, Gennaro holding the gap even at least to Zachary Hollingshead. It's hard to tell if there's any big gains or losses between the two. as it's remained about the same as what it was when Hollingshead finally didn't have to worry about Hubert anymore knocking on the back bumper. Out of turn 3, it looks like Hollingshead may have gotten a little better run through the opening sector than Gennaro, and we'll continue to keep our eyes on this battle for the lead for when it may heat up again, which it probably will. Back for 5th, Gunnar Bischoff has slipped backwards from the top 4. He has Gray Ledbetter behind him, along with Isabella Robusto, 2 drivers that were up front back in Jacksonville. In 8th, it's Caden Wharf. And 9th, Wharf goes around. Caden Wharf goes around just as we mentioned his name. Caden Wharf just got a little bit too hard onto the brakes. Entering the showcase, he'll get going just ahead of Blake Korth down the front straightaway. He also forced fellow Top Car driver Paulie Massimino to go wide. With that, we actually missed the battle for the lead. Zachary Hollingshead has gotten by Dylan Gennaro, and Gennaro now has Caleb Bacon right behind him. So Zachary Hollingshead now leads. Dylan Gennaro now goes back on the hunt to run him down as they go to turn number 1. A 2-kart gap as they head through turns 2 and 3. Bacon, having gotten by Jade Hubert, is now able to go toe-to-toe with just 2 of the OGP drivers. Hubert still trails the group just a little bit, but now Gennaro will once again get back up there to mess with his teammate. He's a half cart back into the tree turn. Dylan Gennaro really closed up under braking. I thought he might have been considering a late dive in that one, but I think he may just wait till the front stretch and get in the draft. Big run here for Dylan Gennaro. He'll go to the inside. Hollingshead will throw the block. Gennaro gets there. No, Hollingshead just slowed the momentum enough. It looked like Dylan Gennaro had a big head of steam and might have been able to get down to the bottom, but Zachary Hollingshead holds on for now, and the pack closes together. Caleb Bacon back up to the bumper of Gennaro, and Jade Hubert gets closer as well, as Hollingshead leads by a kart length into the tree turn. Calm down, think, regroup. That's the process. All 4 of these drivers have been going through whenever a pass doesn't stick. Dylan Gennaro's been masterful at it here this weekend. He'll look to the bottom in 1. This time, a late move. Gets by Zachary Hollingshead. Dylan Gennaro back to the lead at turns 2 and 3. Hollingshead running second here. Caleb Bacon third into turn 4. No move yet to try and get back by. Into the tree turn, evenly matched here between Zachary Hollingshead and Dylan Gennaro. Caleb Bacon having a fantastic run as well in the 281. As he throws it in deep to the showcase, I believe he makes it stick. He'll still lose a little time on exit, but not too much. Now, Gennaro, knowing the draft is coming, moves to the bottom of the racetrack to defend at turn 1, and that'll bottleneck the crew once again. A fantastic race here in Wilshire Racing Engines Pro IAME Junior. Zachary Hollingshead, a late dive in turn 4, goes back to the lead. Dylan Gennaro down to second. Bacon was unable to follow through. What a dive there for Zachary Hollingshead to take back the top spot. Dylan Gennaro still trailing right behind him out of the showcase. Now Hollingshead will be the one to go to the bottom to defend. He'll move down. Gennaro will follow. Bacon will close up to them. Jade Hubert as well is still just holding on at the moment. She definitely doesn't have the extra half-tenth to battle for the lead, but if they definitely get into any kind of contact, she'll be in the catbird seat. Into turn 5. Gennaro all over the rear of Zachary Hollingshead. Out of the tree turn, a kart length advantage for the 256 of Hollingshead as he leads. Again, winning both heat races, but granted in heat 2, Gennaro got shuffled back so far, he didn't really stand a chance without Hollingshead having a lot of issues up front. Into turn number 4, once again, Zachary Hollingshead, your leader. Dylan Gennaro second, Caleb Bacon third, Jade Hubert fourth. Isabella Robusto has moved up to the 5th spot. Gray Ledbetter 6th. Gunnar Bischoff down to 7th. Now Zachary Hollingshead trying to pull a little bit of a gap away from Dylan Gennaro. Down the front straightaway, 2 laps to go for the 256 of Zachary Hollingshead. Gennaro will close up through turn 1 at the end of the straightaway due to the draft, and he'll need a good hairpin section to put himself back within striking distance. Zachary Hollingshead would love to go back up over his teammate. These guys are around each other on the racetrack and often so much they might as well be brothers. Zachary Hollingshead and Dylan Gennaro love that brotherly rivalry they've had for the past year and a half or so, and here comes Hollingshead into the showcase. He just has one more lap to hold back his OGP teammates and Caleb Bacon here for a WKA Winter Cup victory. Out of turn 5, Hollingshead by 2 kart lengths to Dylan Gennaro. A half lap remains. Gennaro just not close enough. What a day it's been for Zachary Hollingshead, winning both of the heat races out of the showcase for the final time. Zachary Hollingshead gets it done. He wins Pro IAME Junior. Dylan Gennaro finishes second. Caleb Bacon gets a big-time podium for the youngster, the junior rookie, on his last race of the first official championship he'll have competed in. Finishes P3, P4 to Jade Hubert, and P5 to Isabella Robusto. The young lady qualified second today and had a great run in the making. Just needs to be able to hold off some of those aggressive starts, and she'll be a driver winning in no time. Definitely the speed and racecraft are there, and she's climbed her way forward every time. Just got a little bit out-muscled on a few of those race starts, and it sent her back in the field. But that also shows how close the competition was in your Ultra Racing Engines Pro IAME Junior class today, and we expect nothing less tomorrow. One more race remains. The Kart Sport North America Pro IAME Senior drivers will take to the racetrack for the first time since qualifying, and then we'll wrap up our day with podium presentations and then get set for tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. with warm-up. Kart Sport North America Pro IAME Senior underway. Brandon Jarsakrak leads here. Abby McLaughlin second as they go through turn number 1. These two drivers had been spaced out so much through the practice sessions and qualifying that they had elected to not run the heat races tomorrow. They won't be running during main event time, and they will not. They will simply be running the pre-final and counting that as their final score. So no problems for Brandon Jarsakrak as he already begins to pull out that lead over Top Kart USA Team Empower driver Abby McLaughlin. Once again, as soon as your classes do clear post-race tech inspection, you are good to go ahead and pick up your trophy from the WKA trailer. We'll be doing podiums approximately, I'd have to guess, around 4:45 to maybe 5 p.m., depending on when the last couple of classes clear post-race tech. But once again, all classes, as soon as your class has cleared post-race tech inspection, you are good to pick up your trophies from the WKA trailer. Again, that's located behind the tech area over in between the scales and grid. We'll be hoping to do our podiums, which is located just in between the scales and grid, again, ahead of the tech area in that grassy area. We'll be looking to do our podium presentations roughly around 4:50 to 5 p.m. And we'll keep giving updates on that until we can get to them and get them ready. Remember, all of our top 3 drivers need to show up to podiums with their suits on and with their helmets. And on top of that, we also would like our Comet Kart Sales Fast Time Award winners to report to the podiums. Can we have a representative and the driver from the number 95 in Pro Swift Sportsman? Again, Kart 95 from IAME USA East, Pro Swift Sportsman representative and the driver, please report to the tech area. Here in Kart Sport North America Pro, IAME Senior, one of the 2 categories where drivers who have competed the entire WKA Winter Cup have an unprecedented prize up for grabs. Tomorrow afternoon, we'll be having a drawing for all drivers that have competed in all the races of the WKA Winter Cup in both Pro IAME Junior and Pro IAME Senior. And the drawing will determine who will get a ticket, a fully paid ticket to the IAME International Final in later on this year in Le Mans. We're excited to do this giveaway here, courtesy of IAME USA East. I've done quite a bit to help out and support the WKA Winter Cup and Manufacturers Cup Series programs. We're happy to have them here with us. The IAME van, of course, is located over by the Kart Sport North America and Top Kart USA pits. Abby McLaughlin's definitely keeping it close here today. Brandon Jarvsakrak trying to remain within drafting distance, or at least sight visual distance of Jarvsakrak's number 108 Praga. And while Jarvsakrak has been at least 2.5 tenths quicker than the top card entry, he's not really pulling away too much now, just sort of maintaining the gap, and if anything, saving those tires. I believe part of the plan was to not run all the sessions today, was to not have to put on a brand new set of tires tomorrow, just to race against one other kart in the division. Both drivers, Brandon Jarvsakrak and Abby McLaughlin from Kart Sport North America and Top Kart USA, have supported the WKA for the entire 2016 season. They've supported the Winter Cup here in 2017, and they'll be supporting the Manufacturers Cup Series later on this year. We're happy to have them here, and we want to really give an appreciation to them for coming out to the Ocala Grand Prix round of the WKA Winter Cup, as we would like to, of course, give to everyone showing up here this weekend at the Ocala Grand Prix. We're always happy to put on the events for all of our happy drivers and families here at the Winter Cup, at the World Karting Association, for any events that we put on between our Gold Cup, Dirt, Road Racing, Sprint, between Manufacturers Cup and Winter Cup, of course. Thank you for coming out. And remember, if your classes have cleared post-race tech inspection, you are good to go ahead, pick up your trophy from the WK registration trailer. Podium presentations, we're aiming to have them around 5 p.m. or so, as soon as all classes clear post-race tech and are official in terms of their results. Remember, for podiums, drivers need to have their suits and helmets, and make sure that the Fast Time Award winner presented by Comet Kart Sales is there as well. That's the pole award winner from qualifying. Out of the final turn, Brandon Jarvsakrak now starting to pull the gap a little bit farther away each time from Top Kart USA's Abby McLaughlin. here in Ocala. Again, these drivers running the longer race today. They'll be running a shorter session tomorrow when they solely compete during the pre-final. 10 laps complete now, 12 to go on the timing charts, a 37.401. The best lap actually going to McLaughlin, but Jarsakrak consistently within the 37.4 second bracket. McLaughlin a little less consistent, and that's given Brandon Jarsakrak the gap that he needs right now to hold and take a comfortable victory in the Kart Sport North America Pro IAME Senior Division. So just 14 laps here. Or actually, the white flag coming out now, maybe a little early. But we'll give him the white flag. 1 lap to go for Kart Sport North America Pro IAME Senior. Brandon Jarsakrak, again, as I mentioned, was maintaining the gap earlier. Started to lengthen it a little bit now, just consistently hitting the same lap times. The track's definitely slowed down with how much it's heated up. Although it's been a beautiful day here in Ocala, Florida, with the sun shining, just a handful of clouds in the sky, and it's been a great day of racing. And as Jarsakrak will round the tree turn and head towards the showcase for the final time in Kart Sport North America Pro IAME Senior, it will be his fourth consecutive victory. Brandon Jarsakrak wins in Pro IAME Senior. Abby McLaughlin finishes second, and again, as soon as all classes clear post-race tech inspection, will be good to go to the podiums. You may actually be able to do podium presentations around 4:45, 4:50-ish. So we'll keep an eye on that because we just had IAME USA East Pro Swift Sportsman fully clear tech. The only classes right now you cannot get your awards are the Wultra Racing Engines Pro IAME Junior Division and the Kart Sport North America Pro IAME Senior Division, which of course just wrapped up off the racetrack. As soon as those 2 classes complete through post-race tech inspection, we are good to go with our podiums. We need the number 93 to the tech area. We need cart 93 to the tech area from IAME USA East Pro Swift Sportsman. Once again, cart 93 to the tech area for IAME USA East Pro Swift Sportsman.